Live. Oh, and StreamYard is live. Welcome to Evil Expo's Virtual Halloween 2020 with your lovely host, Chelsea Goodwin. I forgot the camera goes that way. Chelsea Goodwin goes over that way from my point of view. And your lovely co-host, Jeff Mach. Hello, Chelsea. How is Halloween out there in faraway New York land?
Pretty cold. It was 20 when I woke up this morning.
Woof. Well, try not to freeze.
No warming up in the bullpen or anything. We're just going straight into winter.
Straight in. Hello, world. Hello, universe. We'd like to thank everyone who is watching on the, from the mortal realm, and of course, everyone who is peering through the veil this Samhain to join us from the other side. Plus the people who are coming here from Twitter, which is somewhere between the two realms, I think.
Isn't Twitter one of the lower hell dimensions?
I think it was upgraded to a very high level of limbo at some point, sometime back in 2012 as a deal Jack Dorsey struck with Old Scratch. But I don't know. I do think that, on a serious note, given the passage of Mr. Sean Connery, that we might want to dedicate this broadcast to him. I haven't spoken to Chelsea about this, folks. It's just something that
I think that's a capital idea.
Fantastic.
I would imagine Alex Trebek's mother must be very upset.
Heck, I'm very upset.
So am I. I saw his car, This is a joke. They displayed the Goldfinger Aston Martin at the 1964 World's Fair, and I saw it.
Oh, that sounds cool.
It was. I was all of 4.5 years old, and I still remember it vividly.
For our younger viewers, not that Mr. Connery was not extremely active throughout his life, and I believe he was born in 1920, which would have made him 90 years old.
He just turned 90 about a week ago, actually.
Sean,
it was very, very strange. There was, about a week ago, there was the announcement that it was his 90th birthday and a celebration of sorts, of course. And then the sad news this morning.
Well, if one has to go, at least one ought to go on Halloween when one has a reasonable excuse for coming back and haunting everyone. If anyone doesn't know Mr. Sean Connery's work, he was known, of course, for his for Darby O'Gill and the Little People, very iconic film, as well as obviously for Zardoz, the film that I think sort of was his defining role, as well as Dr. Zardoz, and From Zardoz with Love, Zardoz Finger, and then possibly better known to people of around my age. He was in Zardoz Bandits and Zardoz Lander. He was not in Zardoz Lander 3, but I think he was in Zardoz Lander 2, the Zardozening. And he was, working right up to pretty much the present day. I mean, I still remember his iconic work in The League of Extraordinary Zardoz Men, where I felt he was really sort of a shining light in a film that really didn't do justice to the original comic. And of course, we can't forget that in 2005, he reprised his role in From Zardoz with Love in the video game adaptation. I think he was just a film legend, and he will be sorely missed.
I was thinking, you've just brushed the surface, but Let's see. There was also the Avengers. I mean, the one from the 1990s with Ralph Fiennes as John Steed and Uma Thurman as Emma Peel, in which Connery played the hilarious villain August de Winter.
This is the winter of your discontent.
Exactly. One of the all-time great villains. And, of course, the Untouchables. Chicago rules. They put one of ours in hospital, we put one of theirs in the cemetery. Only Connery could make lines that cheesy actually sound impressive, you know.
I could never pull that off. I can't even pull off that kind of a Sean Connery impression. And I believe we'll be coming back to Sean Connery, but I did want to ask everyone in the viewing audience the most important question for any Halloween. What kind of candy are you eating tonight? I can answer that for myself. Actually, Chelsea, what kind of candy do you have at your place?
Sadly, I can't eat candy because they put corn syrup in most of it, and I get violently ill from that.
Ooh. I actually don't eat candy, but I do have a bit of kimchi on hand. And at some point, possibly when we're showing one of the videos,
I like kimchi. Exactly.
so we've got a really big show for you tonight. And we've got surprise guest appearances by the 1855 leading British steampunk band. We have some videos by them, as well as sounds like we will be having a live and/or undead appearance by at least one member of the band itself, which I'm really looking forward to. We also have a live show of Victor Sierra, France's leading steampunk band, and that will be coming up at, based on the comments, it looks like 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, or as it is known in France, the 13th hour. I don't think anyone in France ever says that, but it sounds spooky, and this is a world where people really don't check, so I figure, what the heck. So, Chelsea, what kind of Halloween traditions do you guys have in Chelsea and Rustyland?
Well, of course, there's bobbing for crabs. Everyone always loves that one.
I have the occasional problem with that. I do frequently go bobbing for Cthulhu, but Cthulhu usually wins.
Ah.
Uh-oh, pardon me a second.
Brief but climactic offstage battle.
Victory is mine.
There's always raising the dead, of course. That's always a good time.
These days I find it significantly difficult just to raise the living. I think many people are sort of just staying in bed today. If I had the confidence to run StreamYard from my phone, I might possibly be doing this in bed as well, sort of grabbing a nap. Oh, I'd like to say hello to Lionel F. Lebeau, who's come in to say bonsoir to Bob of Victor Sierra, and hello to Sandra Bloomberg, who is having Reese's Peanut Butter Cups, the original ones, and Hershey's Special Dark Kisses, which don't have corn syrup.
Splendid.
Chelsea, do you suppose you could take the helm for just a moment while I go and collect some kimchi?
I suppose I could do that, yes.
I will be right back. Let me try to do that so that we get Chelsea in the picture. It's been a little while since I've done StreamYard. Let's try to get Chelsea in the picture and not me. I used StreamYard for so long that it became extremely intuitive to me. The last broadcast we did And then the world ended, and I got just slightly out of touch with how this program works.
Which time the world ended was this? It's ended at least 3 times during 2020 that I know of.
I don't know if 2020 has ever actually evened out for me. It's just an increasingly peculiar time, much like I'm having an increasingly peculiar time switching out my window, and I don't know why. I will be right.
So now everyone seems to be stuck with me this fine Halloween. So, what shall we do? I suppose that we could do any number of things. I suppose it would be traditional to perhaps do the Monster Mash or the Transylvania Twist, that sort of thing. I had meant to have my keyboard handy so I could do a bit of music for you while we were waiting like this, but I was caught unprepared. So let's see, what shall we indeed do, said the cat in the hat. And Jeff Mach came back.
I did. I do have lots of things for the studio audience. For one thing, at least at some point, I will be reading from the Charles Adams Half-Baked Cookbook, a book of actual real recipes, that part's true, not all of which are about cannibalism, which is technically true.
I haven't seen that in quite some time. Would you do us a favor and hold that front illustration up? Excellent.
Our steampunk colleagues
I believe the whole spirit of the thing was captured in the first of the Addams Family movies with Raul Julia and Angelica Houston and so forth. The scene where Judith Malina as grandmama just happens to be in the kitchen reading simultaneously from Ron Bauer's The Joy of Cooking and Grey's Anatomy.
To be fair, it's just
you know what the absolute utmost extension of trust between two human beings is?
I don't. What is that?
That would be 69 between cannibals.
Oh, good heavens. I'm quite sure I don't understand that particular joke. Also, I'm looking for a platform, not in the hypothetical sense of somewhere.
Oh, I do apologize. That sort of thing is allowed from time to time on this, or is this a family show?
No. As far as I'm concerned, you can say anything.
I adjust my humor accordingly, of course.
No. I'm not worried at all. Well, viewing audience, listening audience, have you been traumatized for life? If so, please weigh in. One moment, please. À votre santé.
Meanwhile, I'm reminded of the cannibal that was brought to Camelot, looked about the round table at all of the knights in their fine shining armor and said, "The canned food looks delicious."
Well, now I feel silly that what I'm eating tonight is kimchi. It's my plan.
Well, don't we all like soul food?
This is, of course, Korean fusion food, which was the food that became prominent in these parts almost as soon as I went on a ketogenic diet and could no longer eat it.
A what diet?
A ketogenic diet.
What's that when it's at home?
It means I only eat meat and kimchi. I mean, I'm sure it means something for real, but that's all I actually know about it. Meat, kimchi, meat, water, kimchi, meat, vitamins, V8, kimchi, water, meat. It's basically the diet. So
My diet, of course, is restricted to a good house red, if you catch my meaning.
I do. By the way, again, for the viewing audience, if anyone there is secretly a vampire, please message us to say so, at which point your secret will be revealed to the world. And actually, I don't know what happens then. You might get offered a starring role in Dark Shadows, for example. You know, something pleasant.
Speaking of which, isn't there a Dark Shadows event happening this evening?
There is a Dark Shadows event at, I think it's 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and I believe we'll be streaming from their cast. I'm actually, on that note, just about to begin tinkering with the built-in screen sharing capabilities of StreamYard, something which would not be difficult for most people, but I'm a little unsure. But I'm going to attempt to screen the introduction from the 1855. This despite the fact that I think the 1855 will actually be coming in, but I really quite like the introduction, so if I find myself capable of successfully adding them to the stream without accidentally resetting the Large Hadron Collider and creating an entirely alternate leg of the Trousers of Time, we will have the pleasure of seeing that in just a moment. Knock on hypothetical.
So I understand that they're actually broadcasting from 1855?
You know, I've been afraid to ask. But let's see.
Hello, do come in.
Aha. This kind of looks like it's actually working. I might be able to share this. Oh, who's joining you, Chelsea?
Oh, do come here. This is Jenny. Jenny does the world music programming at WIOX.
Hi.
Welcome, Jenny.
She'll be about the premises off and on throughout the evening.
That's exciting.
Nice to meet you.
It's a pleasure to meet you as well.
Come on, then.
I'm about to attempt this experiment. If it goes well, we're going to be able to see a splendid introductory video from the 1855. And
if it goes badly, of course, we'll all be lost somewheres in the dark depths of time and space. Either way, it should be fun.
I think so. Oh, there we go. I now see the screen, which is good. One moment as I will wait. Before I do this, I'm going to attempt to make that bigger. Yes. So this will work hypothetically. Give us just a moment here. And I, of course, have
Volt 1. Volt 1. 1 psi unit of electromotive force. The difference of potential that would carry 1 ampere of current against one's own resistance. These cables carry in the order of 13,000 volts of electricity. Volt 1. Volt 1.
And one moment, please, while I just... And there we go. And that was... Oh, Tracy Hart said couldn't see the video. Could people see the video?
No, actually, we were looking at your screen.
What? Uh-oh, what was on my screen?
Oh, menu. There was a lovely picture of our dear friend Movie Mike, and
Oh dear, so you saw the menu but not the actual video. Well,
correct. We simply saw the menu.
Well, folks, I feel ridiculous.
Were any of the items on the menu taken from that cookbook by any chance?
No, nothing on that menu as far as I know was from the cookbook.
It was rather like listening to Sesame Street. We had this techno music and then someone explaining what a volt is repeatedly.
Well, I guess everyone will have a chance to see the video later on in the production when I get the screen sharing right. I would say that my face is very red right now, except everyone can actually see my face. But under the beard, my face is extremely red. It's red like kimchi. And on a practical note, I have to figure out why the screen share did not work last time, but we'll get it there. So Victor Sierra has noted that my candy boxes look like they are full of chilies and hot sauce. Nothing could be more ridiculous. These are not chilies and hot sauce. This is, marinated cabbage in hot sauce. Nothing similar at all. So, happy Halloween. And I'm just going to pretend this is a gigantic Hershey bar. So, I am very excited for the live performances that we have coming, and we have a couple of guests who are invited. In fact, it's entirely possible that some members of the Jeff Mack events team might pop by to tell us some of their spooky Halloween stories. And I don't want to brag, by which I mean I totally want to brag, but with the help of one of our secret agents, we have just bought out a large percentage of the contents of a Spirit Halloween store. So you will be able to see a lot of cardboard Halloween stuff at Evil Expo this coming year.
That sounds wonderful. So the Spirit Halloween stores are open down your way?
Yes, indeed. As far as I know, they were all open, and I've only seen pictures of this one store, but it looks like it was hit by a couple of hurricanes on a bender. I mean, people clearly went out and cleared this store out. We might have taken absolutely everything that was left.
Splendid. There was actually a couple of news items that came across the board in the past few days, indicating that the stores have had less Halloween items on display than usual because of the COVID crisis, and because, if anything, the authorities quite rightly are trying to discourage crowded gatherings of people. They're trying, and trick or treating and so forth, in the interest of slowing down the spread of the great plague that's probably destined to be the death of all humanity before it's done.
Now, I think my guess is, this is literally just a guess, it's not any sort of rule. I don't think people want to talk too much about the plague, but of course, the plague that destroyed all of humanity and brought us all back as ghosts has a number of benefits to it, like levitation. I've been enjoying the levitation, and I enjoy the part where if I say something just horribly off base, I can literally melt through the floor. And I myself have had no problems with ectoplasm. I feel like that guy from Ghostbusters was just kind of careless, but I don't know about everyone else. I'm not 100% sure, but just looking at the comments, it appears that it is entirely possible someone has already bootlegged the live video of this and is trying to direct people there. I feel like I should actually delete this. I'm gonna just hide that comment. I have no idea what that link is redirecting to, but you know what I always say? Always trust something named ghostbin.co. Ugh. What a peculiar world we live in. Goodness. While I was away, what happened to Chelsea? Look at that.
Not to cast a pall over the proceedings, of course. Let's keep things light. Just a little reminder, as it were. In the spirit of the season, you understand.
Good heavens. Well, I might, think I will probably try reading from one of the cookbooks in a little bit. I might even do that now. Chelsea, is that a gigantic scythe in your hand, or are you just happy it's Halloween?
A little of both. This actually is an actual scythe, and I use it as well.
I hear there's quite a lot of wheat up in, Cove, New York.
No, but I live on a hillside, and every once in a while it's necessary to mow through the underbrush. And ever since the goats have gone on strike, I've been forced to do it the hard way.
I'd like to welcome New Bren, the fabulous game company responsible for, among other things, the game Zombie Fails, and of course, the one and only Clayton George. Welcome, Clayton George. Welcome, everyone. I think I will attempt a reading from the Charles Adams Half-Baked Cookbook. I just need to find an appropriate recipe. Now, if I remember correctly, I was re-skimming the book. I don't think this book has a table of contents. I might have gone through it a couple times looking for a table of contents, but I don't think there's a directory of what the recipes are or which recipes are where. You kind of have to flip through and just see what you come across. Now, people who know my sense of so-called humor might assume that I'm making some of these up, but I will give you my absolute assurance, backed up by the fact that I can read it straight from here, that nothing I say is made up. So, which recipe would you like to hear? There's a recipe for mushrooms fester in here, but there is, of course, one of my favorite Charles Adams recipes, which is macaroni and oysters.
I rather was interested in the mushrooms festers. Precisely what variety of mushrooms are we talking about now?
That is a good question. I will flip back to it. I was on the There's a dandelion beer. There's an influenza punch, which I was thinking might be in terrible taste, but it appears that it is for the aid of children's cold and influenza. That is for assisting those who have it recover from it, not the other way around. There's also a recipe for potted woodland squirrel, fried locusts, hearts. But I will see if I can jump back to that very early one. Oh, there's also reindeer rice curry, which if you guys don't mind, do you mind if I just do reindeer rice curry real quick?
Isn't that a Christmas recipe?
You know, that's the thing. I think people who want to get into the holiday spirit for Yuletide should have this available to them.
We have a pot of reindeer curry cooking right now. I was just wondering what that glowing red bit floating on top might be.
Do 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 do. By the way, the top recipe is for ostrich egg. I kid you not. I'll just read you that one. An ostrich egg is considered equal to 24 of the domestic hen. When taken fresh from the nest, are most palatable, though somewhat heavy. Place one end of egg in hot ashes and, making a small orifice in the other, keep stirring the contents till sufficiently roasted. Season with salt and pepper, and you have a nice omelet. I'm not making this up, folks. I mean, I kind of wish I were. Clayton, there is a recipe that I personally believe involves long pig, although I think that even when this book was published originally, which I want to say was 19... Gosh, I don't actually know offhand.
Isn't it 47 or thereabouts?
1947. Give the little lady a big cigar.
No.
Indeed. I think even then you weren't necessarily allowed to offer that, but I will probably get to the heart recipe later. But welcome Feline Lang of Feline and Strange, Germany's leading wave punk band. We have a very August guest list tonight, which is strange because it's only October. I'll go through reindeer rice curry rather quickly because I don't know that everyone is necessarily going to want all the technical details. But 4 medium-sized onions, 1 tablespoon of fat, and you can tell by that this is not a modern cookbook. You might as well hear them ask for schmaltz, which I'm not against, by the way. 2 pounds reindeer meat, 2 teaspoons curry powder, 4 medium carrots, 4 stalks of celery, 1 cup of peas, 1 cup tomatoes, 6 small potatoes, salt and pepper. Mince onions fine and fry to light brown. Cut meat in 1-inch cubes. Cook 10 minutes. Add curry, mix, add rest. Add 1 cup water and simmer. Avoid nose. Add salt and pepper to taste. So if any of you try that at home, please let me know. New Bren, if you guys want to try some reindeer, I know that you're out in Connecticut, where, as far as I understand, the wild reindeer just sort of rove around begging to be eaten. Please feel free, let us know how the recipe works out. And, if you do make that recipe, I'd just like to note that as part of my own personal sense of haute couture, I decorate entirely with antlers.
And do wait until they take flight. It's not sporting shooting them on the ground, you know?
I keep adjusting my camera to get my head approximately right. Everyone watching, I kind of want to try showing another video, but since I managed to completely fail last time, I'm a little concerned about it. I sort of want to try doing, say, something very quick from Movie Mike, but I worry that I'll get this horribly wrong. Do you folks feel confident?
Yes.
Let's give it a go. What's the worst that can happen?
What indeed is the worst that could happen? I could accidentally play Captives of Clitorno, which is a Movie Mike film, and which is suitable for YouTube, but which makes me blush terribly. or I could attempt to play Catlantis and just plain fail. I would try the same video again, but I want to see if I can get this right, because I'd hate to play the 1855 song 3 times without the video. So I'm going to try to get it right. I'm going to try on Movie Mike, who's not, as far as I know, watching, because the 1855 look like they're very tough people, and I worry about offending them. And while Movie Mike is also very tough, I believe he is in southerly climes for the winter, and I am temporarily safe from him and his potentially awesome wrath. Chelsea, if you want to keep talking, I will see if I can share this without messing it up. So I might need a minute.
I was getting my fowling piece and preparing for a flight of reindeer.
I see that we appear to be sharing the video, which is not what I was hoping for. I'm now... Uh-oh, I seem to have accidentally moved Chelsea out of the recording. There we go. And let's see what happens when I hit play.
This.
Okay, forgive me, everyone, for adjusting this midstream. It looks like we are indeed seeing the directory and not the video. So I'm going to ask if Chelsea could just stall maniacally for the moment.
I suppose we could try a bit of maniacal stalling. Maniacal stalling, not just simply stalling, not simply babbling incoherently in the interest of stretching out the time period, but actually doing so in a manner that could be described as maniacal.
Oh, good heavens, this looks like it might even be working.
It does indeed.
Well, let's try this out. Mike, if I mess this up, I apologize in advance. All right, I'm going to hit play. Wish me luck.
This is the story of Catlantis. 1,000,000 years ago, when Pussycles was king in Catlantis, all the animals enjoyed a golden age. In those days, cats and dogs lived together in harmony. They wore the toga and debated in the forum to settle all disputes. And the mice raised up their great temple of the moon. Each month they baked cheese bread in the full moon's honor and feasted long into the night. But one day the 9 lives of good King Pussycles were done. All Catlantis mourned his passing. 4 dogs carried his sarcophagus, and a dozen mice sang his praises in a fine, high voice. And then the naughty kitten Catligula ascended the throne. Catligula did not know how to rule Catlantis, but he had an advisor who whispered in his ear. It was the wizard Meowrlin, said to be the wisest of all the cats. But one day, Meowrlin built a magic telescope which allowed him to peek into the dark side. The dark side held many secrets, and they were all bad ideas. The bad ideas went into Meowrlin's brain, and he began to give the king bad advice. One day, Catligula went into the forum with Meowrlin at his side. I have learned that the mice are unclean, the king announced. We must tear down their moon temple and bite their heads off right now. A mob of cats and dogs went on the march. They tore down the great moon temple and chased the mice. The mice ran away and hid themselves in tunnels and holes. Never again would they feast on round cheese bread or walk boldly in open places. Even today, they hide in their home and dream of moon cheese. Now more ideas from the dark side entered the brains of good cats and dogs. Meowrlin taught anger, and hatred. Some good cats and dogs did not agree with these bad ideas, but they were shouted down in the forum, and a great brawl began. They began to bark and hiss and chase each other. Their togas were all torn and lost in the big fight. Now the bad behavior of the angry cats and dogs set off great volcanoes. The Golden Age was over, and Catlantis sank under the waves. That's why today the cats and dogs do not agree. You see them bark and hiss and bite and scratch, and the mice are still hiding.
And that was Movie Mike with his short story, or as far as I know, history, Catlantis. You will, of course, see Movie Mike at Evil Expo, where Movie Mike will be screening a variety of films about and or starring marvelous villains, monsters, and other beasts. Mike and his cohort, including the brilliant and talented, oh goodness, I forget if she's going in under an alias. I forget if her alias is her real name. Then there's another person with Mike, whose name I will look up when I'm off camera to make sure that I don't mispronounce it. But they'll be doing an entire weekend of panels as well, and that'll be on the second floor at the Westin Princeton, February 19th through 21st. Our socially distant, masked, but live in person as long as health reports hold out, Evil Expo. It will be on the second floor across from the Halloween room.
Do you want to tell them about the movie panel with a extraordinarily special guest?
Why don't you tell that one?
Well, we will be joined by Victoria Price, or as I like to think of her, cousin Victoria, since most goths that I know always refer to her father as Uncle Vinny.
I'm really excited to have Victoria Price with us. I'm excited for the entire Evil Expo, really. It's just a massive event.
Not only is Victoria Price full of wonderful stories and anecdotes and memorabilia about her father, the great Vincent Price, she's also a first-class author in her own right.
She is. I have her book, The Way of Being Lost, on Audible. And I would look it up were I not careful about turning off my phone before I go live, lest I get distracted. Now, given the fact that we've got a bunch of guests who are calling in at various, sometimes unknown times, this may be a bit of a variety show. Would anyone like to hear me read my favorite Edgar Allan Poe poem, which is El Dorado? Everyone who's on camera gets a vote. Me, I say yes. Me. Chelsea, what do you think?
I'm all in favor of that.
Well, that's 2 votes against, 0 votes for. So being a villain, I'm going to do it. Okay, technically that was 2 votes for, but I'm bad at math. This is by Mr. Edgar Allan Poe, whose original life was from 1809 to 1849. As most of you know, came back as a mummy sometime in the early 19th century, but eventually decided that was in bad taste and returned later on as a chupacabra, but decided that was also in bad taste before he eventually became a demi-lich, where he is today, floating disembodied through the night, nibbling on bits of people's souls while they sleep. You know, same thing you or I do, really. So I'm glad he was able to return to society. This is El Dorado. Gaily bedight, a gallant knight in sunshine and in shadow, had journeyed long, singing a song, in search of El Dorado. But he grew old, this knight so bold, and o'er his heart fell a shadow. fell as he found no spot of ground that looked like El Dorado. And as his strength failed him at length, he met a pilgrim shadow. Shadow, said he, where can it be, this land of El Dorado? Over the mountains of the moon, past the valley of shadow. Ride, boldly ride, the shade replied, if you seek for El Dorado. Now, I think an ordinarily modest person would just assume that in a live conversation there isn't actually applause, but I think that applause makes sort of a natural ending to a poetic reading, so I'm going to just give myself a round of applause. Chelsea, are you getting out your keyboard tonight? It's okay if you don't, but, the evening is said to be full of surprises, and as we await our first surprise guest, I'm actually going to secretly eat some more kimchi because it's good for you. Surprise get.
I think that can be arranged in a bit.
I didn't just accidentally open up this screen on Facebook, therefore temporarily doubling our sound. I totally didn't do that. So ordinarily, I do the same thing everyone else does on Halloween. I put out a huge basket that says candy on it, and then I just leave the basket empty so the trick-or-treaters all come by and assume that some greedy son of a gun came by and stole all the candy. Same sort of tradition everyone else has. What do you give out on Halloween?
Well, we usually just leave a trail of candy leading up to the house and into this stove right here. And we probably, knowingly or otherwise, from that point on, follow one of Mr. Adams's delightful recipes.
I am bookmarked at a Hansel and Gretel recipe here. I'm sure that Mr. Roald Dahl's Revolting Recipes, illustrated by Quentin Blake, is speaking about a recipe by Hansel and Gretel, and I'm sure that were I to read it out loud, I would find it is, by Hansel and Gretel for entertaining, and not of and about Hansel and Gretel. Now I'm going to open this because I'm just going to check. Yep, totally not about cannibalism. Definitely not about... Yeah, I just put this book away. I assure you there's no cannibalism implied here or directly in the... Am I fooling anyone? I'm not fooling anyone, am I? Well, it is my fervent hope that you can't see this picture. Can you see this picture? As you can see very clearly, this is a cook standing over some sort of, looks like perhaps beef, maybe? I'm going to venture to say chicken, perhaps? So that's presumably what you're supposed to be cooking in this recipe. Definitely so. And this being another short recipe, I'll just try reading it to you guys, if I can do so without losing the image. Hansel and Gretel spare ribs, which call for a roasting pan, some Worcestershire sauce, a bit of soy sauce, mustard, ketchup, honey. Good heavens, it's a lot of flavoring. As if you were trying to hide the taste of something. A medium onion and 5 pounds of spare ribs. Spare ribs. Preheat the oven to 425 degrees. Place the ribs in a roasting pan. Mix all remaining ingredients together. Spread the mixture on the ribs with a butcher knife. Why a butcher knife, I ask you? Please don't tell me. Place the pound of ribs in the oven and bake for about 1.5 hours per pound, turning them over every half hour and basting them with the, oh good heavens, juices. Note, these must be well cooked and crunchy, as in the picture. Why, Mr. Dahl? Why? Why? Why did you all make me read that? Why did I make me read that? David Wise is mentioning that there is an ecological argument for cannibalism. And I agree. I've got Marvin Harris's Cannibals and Kings, one of my least favorite works of anthropology, which makes a convincing argument that, for example, cannibalism was practiced religiously only in places where people were low on protein sources, which is silly. Obviously, cannibalism it is practiced religiously because you'd rather eat your enemies than have the angry gods eat you. Anastasia Slaughter says Happy Halloween. And the talented Clayton George notes that Charles was a sly prankster. Was Roald Dahl's real name Charles? I genuinely don't know.
I think that was in reference to Mr. Adams from the previous cookbook.
Right. I knew that. I was only testing you. Whoops.
I was thinking about your question of why a butcher knife. It reminds me of a trial transcript in which case the question was asked, so why did you stab your husband 125 times? To which, of course, the defendant answered, I couldn't get the knife unplugged.
So David Wise says, and I'm going to keep narrating comments, only problem is you tend to get all sorts of awful brain diseases. I'm going to ask, what if you cook the body thoroughly? And also, how do you know? Clayton George would like to point out that there are over 7 billion humans on the planet, so there's no need for any more, and many go hungry. Now, I myself am going to limit commentary for the sake simply of keeping things light. I just have a personal rule where I'm going to limit my commentary on any, say, political or social matters to things that happened at least 30 or 40 years ago. But if anyone's read The Population Bomb, the Earth was supposed to be destroyed by overpopulation some 3 billion, 4 billion people ago. I almost said years. And that didn't happen. And we haven't, as far as I know, necessarily needed to resort to Soylent Green, a fact which I personally find extremely disappointing. I don't know about the rest of you.
Did you ever see Soylent Green 2?
No!
That's the one in which Charlton Heston hysterically is hauled off screaming, they said they changed the recipe! They never changed the recipe! It's still people!
You know, I'm just going to digress for a moment. As someone who's working on his next book, I probably oughtn't be thinking about more books because I should finish the one I'm working on, but I'm going to just look up, see if there is How to Cook 40 Humans. I'm now checking Amazon results for that. There's How to Cook for 40 Humans. So there's the, yes, by Kang and Kodos. But it looks like it's just a literary journal. It looks like no one has yet written a book on how to cook 40 humans. I almost want to write that book instead of A Dark Lord's Guide to Living Well, which admittedly includes quite a number of recipes. None of which are actually for humans because humans quite expensive, really, and specialized, and just there are a lot of logistical difficulties. I don't know how we got on the subject of cannibalism.
Neither do I, but I've been thinking the whole time you were talking, of course, of Jonathan Swift's A Modest Proposal.
Excellent idea, too. Very, very underrated idea. Oh, David Wise would like to say, on this subject, I don't want to say anything libelous, but I can't be entirely sure that Huel isn't people.
That what isn't people?
Huel, I suspect that Huel is a form of Soylent, but I don't actually know. Yes, Huel appears to be a meal replacement shake, a collection of nutritionally complete, affordable meals and snacks, etc. Huel is food. It claims to have just the right. I don't want to give a commercial to this product, especially since I don't know it, but they claim to be very well balanced. In a modern age of lots of meal services and people trying to figure things out, and not as many people knowing how to cook, myself apparently among them, depending on whom you ask, I've seen quite a lot of food alternatives. And I myself tried quite a lot of things before I eventually ran into my current diet, which is rub salt, pepper, and garlic into a piece of meat, put the piece of meat in the refrigerator for 2 days, take it out, throw it into a fire, and once the meat is sufficiently frightened of the fire, take it out, put it out of its misery by consuming it. This is my basic recipe for everything that I eat. Now that part's not actually kidding. That's, when I tell people what I actually eat, they think it's some sort of joke. Look, it's just a thing. There's an old Russian saying, I love you as salt loves meat, which I was told meant, because salt apparently slowly integrates with the meat and makes the meat more soft and more flavorful. Although, of course, I've always taken it to mean the kind of love where you are preparing someone to be cooked and eaten. That's what I would take personally, coming from sort of a Russian, Austro-Hungarian background. But that could just be my own family's culinary preferences. David Wise went to get more alcohol. I don't really drink these days, but I do like to pretend that this is full of gin. So just assume that this is a mixture of gin and tequila. L'chaim.
All that. Forget it.
For those of you who don't speak English, L'chaim, of course, means to life, as my uncle, who was doing 20 L'chaim, found out.
Oh. Kevtastic Gamer says that this is a great stream, and we're not even currently playing games. Although I was playing games earlier. I was on my mud, where I have over 5 billion experience points, accumulated over the course of only 32 years. A mud is a multi-user dungeon in the sense of Dungeons & Dragons and not in the other sense. And I've been playing on my particular mud, which is Igor mud, since I was 13.
Igor?
It's called Igor mud, although some call it Igor mud. Yes. If I can think of how to do it without having my password flash on the screen, because I'm not a very sophisticated mudder even now, I might show you a bit of what it looks like. David Wise says, Pachonkov, thank you. L'chaim to Victor Sierra, and Clayton George says, I would take that to mean, I think referring to as salt loves meat, that salt keeps the meat from rotting and becoming inedible, as love is said to do. I object to that, Clayton. I value your opinion, but I don't know. Does love keep things from becoming inedible? I don't think it does. I think love just makes us want to eat those with whom we share it even more. It's not that they stop being inedible. It's that they become more and more edible the more you love them. And in fact, I think that is the nature of love, to increase edibility.
Meanwhile, back at the oasis, the Arabs were eating their dates.
I didn't say that. Kevtastic Gamer says love makes it taste better. David Wise, is quoting Sir Terry Pratchett of revered memory. It means, may your feet be buried separately from your body so your ghost won't walk. Huh. Now I want to look that up. I could try another movie mic clip while I look this up. Chelsea, I hope I'm not talking too much.
No, but I am wondering if I'm being heard when I talk, since...
Folks, can you hear Chelsea talking? I mean, in general, not at this moment. Ah. Yes. Do ghosts float? Chelsea, it looks like we can hear you. It looks like at least some people can hear you.
I'll do ghosts float?
I would personally think so, but then again, we all float down here.
There is that, isn't there?
I might just make an attempt to bring back the 1855. I make no promises, but I'm going to attempt to put them back into the stream and see what happens. Oh, David Wise says, Jeff Mack is right about rubbing salt onto meat. It dehydrates the meat slightly, breaking down all sorts of complicated chemistry stuff. I am proud to have an audience which knows so much about cannibalism. I'm going to attempt to play this piece, which should be an introductory piece, if I recall correctly, by the 1855. Give me one moment. I'm afraid it's going to autoplay, and then I'm going to turn it on once I'm sure it's actually going. So, we pause just one moment. Oh, good heavens. What a fantastic guitar. I've forgotten how much I like and envy that particular guitar. I had a steampunk guitar once. I gave it away for what I felt were good and sufficient reasons. But I'm now going to add this to the stream. And, folks, the 1855. One moment.
Welcome to the Secret Lair, the 1855. We are a British steampunk band, and this is our secret lair. No one knows where it is. And I just want to welcome you here. We have Troy on the electronics and the magic sounds. We have the very tall singer, Greg, who is 8 foot tall in his top hat, and the mad world of Richie Moonthing on guitar. And I am Baron von Earhart, the bass guitar. Fine machine it is too. Made it all myself. Sounds the business. Absolutely very heavy. But very, 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 very good indeed. Well, I'd just like to say, we're looking forward to playing a couple of our videos on the Evil Expo. We would love to have done some live videos, but with what's going around at the moment, we're unable to practice and record anything live. But we have our videos of Jack the Ripper and of Vault 1, which is about Frankenstein. So it's all very fits in very well with the Halloween Evil Expo. You can catch us, the 1855. We're on Facebook and we are on Bandcamp, the 1855 bandcamp.com, and also on Spotify. You can find us on there and various other outlets, as they say, Instagrams and all those jiggery pokery that go on. So I hope you have a wonderful Evil Expo from the 1855, and we will see you soon. Don't be too scared out there. Don't be too scared. No, we don't be scared, do we?
I think they just ate Chelsea. Oh, good. Shoot. One moment.
I'm right here.
Chelsea, are you still alive / undead?
Yes, do you not see me?
I don't know. You went off mic and off camera for just a moment, and then you came back.
Yes, that's precisely what I did. I had to pop in the TARDIS. There was a spot of trouble I had to deal with on mescaline, you see.
I had some kind of witty comment. Perhaps I had 3 witty comments trying to hit my brain all at once, and they all just sort of popped out. And I don't know what to say to that whatsoever. I really don't want to interrupt what we're doing too much with any sort of commercial announcement, even for our own work. I do encourage everyone to go to Evil Expo, and I was hoping that I could quickly read you something from my own Twitter account because A, I'm extremely shameless, and B, I like a lot of the things that I write there, but now I found that I don't have anything terribly quotable. I was going to say, though, and I did mention this earlier, so if you're on Twitter, I'm sorry if you've already seen this, but even in the most difficult moments, remember, this is the Halloween when we finally made it officially okay to order all the candy in the world to your door and then not give any of it out to trick-or-treaters. So look on that bright side.
Why don't we, while we're at it, encourage our listeners to send in their best Halloween jokes?
Yes. Who's got a Halloween joke out there? I said that as if we had a live studio audience. Next time I do this, remind me to get a live studio audience. If I can get a sufficiently masked studio audience. An undead studio audience would also work. Chelsea, I'm not sure if you can see the comments, but Clayton George has mentioned mescaline could be a troublesome place. Glad that rebel Time Lords such as Chelsea exist at the moment. We would like to encourage any and all rebel Time Lords to stop by this screen. David Wise says that we're under lockdown, so we're eating all the Halloween sweeties. I find that, if you're locked down and you don't have the food you want, you can just pretend that it's whatever food you'd like. So, like, this is a Godiva chocolate truffle, raspberry flavored. Sweet, tasty. And this is a spoonful of green tea ice cream. And of course, this is, as everyone in the audience knows, a snozzberry. Well, it's just been suggested by Clayton George that we take hostages if we need them for our audience. So if I can figure out how to bring Chelsea back to the fore, I might slip into the other room and see if... Oh, wait, we have a joke. Sorry, Chelsea, I'm going to shift back. From Lisa Toner. I'm going to pretend I don't understand this joke, and that's why I feel safe telling it. Why can't vampires get you pregnant? Because you have to invite them to come inside. I am not old enough to understand that, but I'm just going to sign over to Chelsea for just a moment. I will be right back.
So, Rusty,
Yes.
why doesn't the mummy ever seem to relax?
Why doesn't the mummy seem to relax?
Yes, why does the mummy never relax?
Now, the mummy is in the sense of
The mummy, the mummy. From beyond the grave,
Beyond the Grave, right?
like the iconic Boris Karloff film, The Mummy,
Well, you can't understand why the mummy doesn't relax.
I assume it's because he's afraid to unwind. So, Jenny, why doesn't Dracula bite Mick Jagger?
Ooh. Why?
Because you can't get blood from a stone.
Oh boy.
Why didn't the skeleton cross the road? He just didn't have the guts.
Oh.
Didn't have the guts.
Do you know the best way to contact the spirits?
Or you could call one kind of spirit. You can call like somebody that sells whiskey.
You call the operator and you ask for a ghost-to-ghost hookup.
Ghost to ghost.
There used to be these sorts of jokes told at Halloween parties when we were in elementary school.
Mm-hmm.
When Halloween fell on a school day, you know. Did you ever do that in the afternoon? They'd throw a Halloween party right in your classroom.
Oh yeah, that was every Halloween. They used to have people that the kids have a party. But I don't know if they do that anymore. They didn't. I didn't see anybody in the school that I was teaching this year that anybody was doing that.
You were teaching this year?
Yeah, I think it was.
I didn't know that. Speaking of which, let's see who's on the telephone, shall we? Do excuse me, folks. I seem to have to type this. Hello, you're going to find yourself on the air, you know. I am broadcasting at the moment. No, go ahead. Please, speak. An eviction notice. And why, pray tell, was this? Was this as a result of the circumstances you were describing earlier? Oh, so they're emptying the entire building then? Well, did they give you notice? 30 days, is that quite legal? Well, lots of things are notarized that aren't quite legal. Do you have a plan? Well, as I say, I'm in the middle of a broadcast, you understand. I mean, I'm on the air right now. You are on television. Well, I'm talking to you on the television, and people who are wondering what the devil this nonsense is about are watching the show and wondering why I'm talking on a telephone, you see. Fortunately, I explained that I was talking to some ghosts on a ghost-to-ghost hookup, so I imagine everything must be all right. But I think perhaps I should either call you back and ask you to be available to answer the phone, or call. I will do that. I apologize, as I told the audience previously, that was the ghost-to-ghost hookup, and that was just some deadbeat that I picked up in the cemetery. You know how it is.
Okay, I will give a prize to whoever can guess what this is.
A cylinder?
The cylinder.
Magic potion.
It's three-dimensional, round, somewhat tubular. I think that is totally tubular, in fact.
It is totally tubular. Yes. Anyone in the audience want to guess what this is?
Magic potion.
We have a guess magic potion.
Yeah.
Oh, quick, we have a joke.
I think it's going to happens when you open that. I will be gravely disappointed in you.
Good heavens. Well, I'm going to pause for a joke from Clayton George. Why do skeletons make good comedians? They are too humorous. Humorous and they're humorous. Right. Well, I'm glad that no one.
As I once said to Sir Lancelot, don't quit your night job.
David Wise guesses that this is a cigar. David Wise or Wise? Wise? David, I'm going to go with David Wise. Let me know if I'm wrong. David Wise guesses cigar, and that is correct. This is what I thought I was ordering. I was indeed trying to order my one cigar a year, but instead, I ended up with this.
Whoa.
That's a big
Oh,
cigar.
that's a cigar.
That is the second biggest cigar I ever saw in my life.
I will admit I was extremely excited when I got it, but of course this is not actually a cigar, and I think those of you in the audience who are a little worldly wise know exactly what this is. Right, it's cologne. It's cigar cologne. That's actually what I thought it was. I don't know why this exists. I mean, I do like the fragrance of cigars, and you know, as a person who's been married to another man.
So the unfortunate reference to the missing hobbit was just in our overworked imaginations, then.
I mean, I'm not going to spray it at this moment because I've still got all the kimchi out. But yeah, this is, in fact, cigar-scented cologne, which my ex-boyfriend would have really enjoyed, but that's not of any actual use to me at this point in my life. But yes, I was just going out to the kitchen to get a carving knife in case I needed one, you know, just for the heck of it, in case we do more reading. But I remembered that I had this, which I haven't actually used, because really, I don't leave the apartment. For whom will I wear cologne? I mean, I do like myself, but not to the point where I would put on cologne just for me. Clayton George was right. Gwendolyn is sure that it smells good, and it does, in fact, smell good. We'd like to welcome... Oh, Clayton George said that could be a cigar, a toy, or a bottle of cologne. Clayton predicted it before I said it. Sandra, when you said something to eat that is probably very hot and spicy, first, that's a good guess for just about anything in this apartment. But second, if you were referring to the cologne, I only wish. I do have, of course, plenty of hot sauce, which I could put on this kimchi as needed. This is from Apocalypse Hot Sauce, who will also be at Evil Expo, and I can stand behind this product. As you can see, you can't tell from this, but this container of cologne is almost entirely full. This container of hot sauce is half empty. I haven't even done a shot of it lately. Oh, has everyone here seen me do a shot of hot sauce? You've all seen me do that, haven't you? Would anyone like to see me do a shot of hot sauce? There was silence from the audience. One of the problems with not drinking anymore is I no longer have shot glasses. Oh! It is better with a clear shot glass, though. I will say that this in general is just one of my favorite objects. This is someone's wedding souvenir. It's got, of course, an eternity symbol in it. And I take pleasure in no one's divorce, being a divorced person. So this is not about the people from whom I got this. It is just a reminder to me that indeed life is full of little bits of impermanence, even where we think things are permanent.
You're a better person than I am. I took a tremendous amount of pleasure from my own divorce.
Well, I took a tremendous amount of pleasure from my own divorce, true, but probably not from the divorces of other people. That would feel mean.
You do, of course, know why divorce is so expensive.
Why? Why is that?
Because it's worth it.
Okay, I'm going to grab a shot glass. Chelsea, quick, do something hilarious. Uh-oh, what did I miss?
It was fascinating.
I, in fact, do have another shot glass on the table. The problem with this is, if you're doing video, it looks like a trick. You know? I mean, this is obviously, of course, a Cthulhu
Cthulhu.
glass,
Hmm.
reflecting my politics. Cthulhu Nyarlathotep 2020. I'm not going to say
I
anything.
egg on myself, but I wasn't aware this was going to be a political show.
No. As far as I'm going, MistCon says that it was amazing at Evil Expo. Clayton George says I have a 440 stainless steel gold Defender blade to my left, and I've never resheathed it unbloodied. Good heavens! Well, this is Apocalypse Hot Sauce. It's the Cataclysm flavor. It's pineapple habanero. It's pineapple habanero hot sauce. So just, unfortunately, it would take a really long period of time for me to get the entire shot glass full, and I would only do that for money. But might we all just reasonably agree that this is a large amount of hot sauce? Yeah? Large enough? A little more? Little more. To quote Sir Terry Pratchett, I commend my soul to any god who can find it. Well, that's painful. Ow. Things don't seem real unless you react to them, you know? Oh, painful! So painful! Ah, terrible! The incredible agony. Now, the fun part for this is you need a confederate. And when I say confederate, I mean unwilling dupe. So you pretend that it's not hot sauce. This, by the way, is similar to what I did on my first date with my ex-husband. He was new to sushi at the time. I don't know how that happens to a person in New Jersey. I don't say this to denigrate him, but he was. So I took the bowl of wasabi and put it on the chopsticks and ate it. And then I said, it's sweet. But then he took his bowl of wasabi and put it on his chopsticks and ate it. And there was somehow a second date anyway. Pardon me just 1 second.
Like that a lot, huh?
What do you think is the essence of comedy? Is it something that just catches the mind off guard? Is it surprise? Or is it just the timing? Did anyone laugh? Nobody laughed. Right. Were my visitor in the room at the moment, they would be looking at me like, this again? Clayton George.
Essence of comedy. There are varieties of comedy, of course. After all, wasn't it Jack Nicholson who pointed out that you can't spell slaughter without laughter?
Oh. I was pausing. Clayton George said, I enjoy Maritime Madness's Just Give Her Hot Sauce, and I also enjoy the scars on my tongue. David Wise says, the K-bar is under the pillow. It's a cool knife. Gwendolyn Abigail suggests that I would make a pretty good comedian. No, I'm lucky in that this is the only context in which actual professional comedian Chelsea Goodwin, who is one of the most talented women I have ever met, and of course a queer icon. Chelsea, I always really appreciate the fact that once in a while you make what I think is the ultimate dramatic stretch, and you make it for the sake of your comedic genius, in that you are sometimes my straight man. The weirdest thing I could imagine anyone being.
I've been called a lot of dirty names in my life, but
Well, now my face is red. Either that or it's the hot sauce. Honestly, on these broadcasts, Chelsea is just extremely kind to me because, were Chelsea to begin speaking, she would quite overshadow me. Her long and extraordinary experience as a comedian, musician, wrestler, wrestling manager. I can't even begin to go through the resume. Journalist, bookseller, activist, one heck of a looker. So I feel very fortunate that she doesn't always stretch out and overshadow me. Oh goodness, we appear to be receiving a visit from the old-time witch herself, Raven Hallowell. Raven, good evening. Chelsea, I'm going to go and see if I can let Bob into the studio. So I'll be right back.
has so Raven Hallowell is actually with us.
Oh, she appears to have logged in to watch us. I'm going to see if I can send her an invite, though. One moment. Oh, Raven also says, "Blessed All Hallows Eve to you all."
And the same to her, of course.
I managed to find the StreamYard link with only 4 mistakes. Technology and I just don't get along very well, and I don't know why that is. At some point in the mid-90s, I said something mean about Microsoft, and I assume Microsoft has simply never forgiven me.
Oh, you don't want to get Microsoft upset with you. True thing. Do you know that the space shuttle program all ran on Microsoft products?
I did not, in fact, know that, no.
It's just a fact that the computers aboard the space shuttles were Microsoft based.
I didn't know that at all. That explains why.
Do you happen to remember what Krista McAuliffe's final words were?
I don't know if I should. No.
I believe they were, say, what does this button do?
I'm hiding now. By the way, for those who can't read my shirt, which I suppose would be everyone, this is my costume. It says, "Dobby has no master. Dobby is a free elf."
And of course, since in my universe a certain British author does not exist, I have no idea what that means. And please refrain from explaining it to me.
The author doesn't exist. Dobby exists. Dobby has an independent life, free from any books.
Isn't Dobby the one that's always going on about his precious?
Yes, exactly. Oh. Raven is pointing out that I sent a message saying I was sending an invite, but not an actual invite. Yes. I've actually been rereading The Lord of the Rings.
Let you go see her.
And
I don't
know, I feel Sauron really gets a bit of a bad rap. I'm still recovering from the hot sauce, to be perfectly honest. My stomach may never actually forgive me, but at some point... Now, Victor Sierra is logging in, but I don't think that they actually want to be on the stream at this moment.
Have you, by the way, ever watched the Lord of the Rings movies?
Do you mean...
the ones that Peter Jackson made, however many of them there were. He stretched The Hobbit out into like 3 movies. And I've never once used Leonard Nimoy's song.
You know, I feel like that's just.
Those movies.
I've watched the Rankin Bass movies. with
Much
the-
better choice. The one that included the song "Where There's a Whip, There's a Way."
Yes.
With the Peter Jackson ones, I usually don't watch this sort of thing, but the commentary material is actually worth watching, simply to watch the way Sir Christopher Lee, for some reason, seemed to so thoroughly enjoy simply messing with Peter Jackson.
I think Sir Christopher Lee was just one of the great epic trolls of history. Oh, with permission, I'm just going to read. Clayton George said, the last words I heard from Challenger was go for throttle up. Sauron is mentioning that, David Weiss is mentioning, Sauron is a working class hero. He was originally Morgoth's underling. I'm going to add the Lady Raven Halliwell to the stream. One moment.
Yay!
Lady Raven, welcome, welcome.
Salud.
Salud.
That was
Salud.
Raven and Chelsea, have you been introduced? I don't know if you met at a previous Evil Expo, perhaps.
we have.
We have indeed. I'm rather fond of Lady Raven, actually.
The feeling's mutual.
Some time ago, there was an alleged trans panel at which no one but Raven and myself were actually present because some kind person decided that because they weren't going to be able to attend the panel, rather than let it go on with the rest of the panelists, they thought they'd just cancel the ruddy thing without informing the other panelists that they were doing so, because you have competitors, and that's the way some of them conduct their business, it would appear. I hope I put that in a suitably non-controversial manner.
As someone who used to be a part of that team, I am sorry. I have since gotten help and gotten the hell out of there.
I'm going to just, I'm going to take a brief break while my head explodes.
That was a team. They were.
No, that was one guy taking credit for everybody else's hard work.
That seems to happen a lot, doesn't it?
Story of my life.
So what have you been doing since you left the team, as it were? It's been a while.
I've been working on my studies. I'm currently going for my holistic health practitioner's license.
Or an holistic health practitioner.
Mm-hmm. Still working in EMS, which is always entertaining. I might be twitching a little, especially with current crisis.
So how much fun is that, being an EMS in the current crisis?
I love my job.
I can tell. Aren't you the one that drives the wagon around, rings the bell, and cries, "Bring out your dead! Bring out..." That is basically the job description, isn't it?
Great, sorry. Yes, I drive the wee woo wagon, the boo boo bus. Yes, me and some of my partners have given lovely nicknames to the emergency vehicles. So the ambulance is the wee woo wagon.
The what wagon?
Wee woo.
The wee woo wagon.
Yes, we drive the wee woo wagon. Then you have the police that drive the siren sedans. And then the fire department drives the yo fuck truck.
Ah. Reminds me of the great Soupy Sales, who did you familiar with? He had an American television morning children's program, rather like Captain Kangaroo, that type of programming. Except he used to do things like, so boys and girls, do you know a word that begins with an F and ends with a K?
Oh God,
Fire truck.
that's beautiful.
Exactly. That was you see the sort of show we did. It worked on various levels for various age groups at the same time.
That's great.
When he finally lost his job or decided to quit, whichever, he looked right into the camera and said, so kids, you know those green pieces of paper in your mother's purse? I want you to take as many of those as you can find, put them in an envelope, and send them to Soupy Sales, care of Studios,
No.
Burbank, California, 12. Oh, yes.
I wonder how many were actually received.
Enough that was how he finally got the sack.
Oh dear.
Some of the little darlings actually took him seriously, and
What have you ladies been up to while I was away? I was gone for 4 minutes. 4 minutes.
we were talking about various other names for what I usually have referred to as the meat wagon, or
That's not fair. If it's a meat wagon, I want it to be delivering, not picking up.
So go work in a hospital. We'll literally deliver them to your front door.
that's what's been so exhausting about this quarantine. I still haven't been able to find a blood bank that delivers.
I actually, I have a funny story. So I had a trauma patient I brought to the emergency room, and I go to the charge nurse, and she says, "What do you got?" So I give my report. 94-year-old female, traumatic fall from standing, laceration left parietal, which I'll explain that in a second, and a femoral head fracture left side. I'll explain that too. And what is her complaint today? I'm like, she's bleeding out of the back of her head, but her arms and legs are fine. I'm like, not her left leg. Like, and what's wrong with that? All sarcastic like that. I'm like, she has a femoral head fracture. And how would you know? I'm like, okay. I pulled a blanket off this patient, and right here, there's a lovely pulsing purple lump. What happened was she broke her hip in a way that enabled the top of the femur, the long bone in your thigh, to dislodge itself. Well, yikes. Very painful, I might add. Now, the parietal bone is the back of your skull. This woman had a cut. That's what a laceration is. It's a cut on the left side. So I gave my report, and the nurse in question asks me, why am I there? Were you not listening? Kind of told you that. Somebody may have been having a bad day.
I assume you're actually wearing your EMS uniform, coat, and so forth, and
Agile, I've got the paperwork and tablet in front of me, and I'm motioning towards my patient still on the gurney. Well, that was fun.
Far be it from
you
me.
are, after all, in New Jersey, are you not?
Dear sweet mother of God, help.
I mean, not everyone is from New Jersey, so they might not understand a story like this. If you're from New Jersey, you get it.
Those are a special kind of stupid.
I would never want to. I do have a question. I'll bring it to Lady Braven in just a moment. I'd never presume to advise magical practitioners of the skill of my colleagues here. But I will say that one of the problems I run into is that many people do not, in fact, have the proper Jersey magical wand. They are rather difficult to find, but I myself have one. And I find that, I basically never have a problem with lack of respect as long as I just wave my magic wand at them. People are usually, Nice.
Yes, but I'm also an angry Hispanic female, so I have chanclas. So basically, it's a shoe that I beat you to death with.
I was going to ask what that was.
What's the English word? Sandal.
Sandal.
Flip flops that you wear to the beach.
I had no idea that a flip flop was an effective weapon.
Yeah.
Oh, heck, that I knew.
Hell yes.
Lady Raven, Clayton George wants to know, Lady Raven, have you given your hearse a new name?
Have I given my hearse a new name? By hearse, I'll assume he means the ambulance. It is either the Boo Boo bus or the Wee Woo wagon.
David Wise says that he's glad he studied anatomy at art college. He understood most of that. Wants to know if we're on the subject of injuries. I feel like, we shouldn't be giving advice on injuries on Halloween. But
Are we advising on how to treat them or how to inflict them? She can help you with the one, I can help with the other if you like.
I'm actually very well versed on.
I didn't say which was which, you understand.
well, purely for zombie defense. So if you get attacked by zombies, would you recommend
violent people from QXTs with ease?
what? That's more terrifying than my original question.
Violent people from QXTs. I've always loved that place. It's the only place I've ever been where I can be invited to talk about old television programs such as Dark Shadows and so on, then attend a vampiric satanic ritual, and still, after all that, have a nice glass of absinthe and dance to 80s goth music for the rest of the evening. It's quite charming. In fact, I would like, if I may, and if Jeff doesn't object, if any of our friends and colleagues from the Iron Garden happen to be watching this broadcast, we'd like to greet them and wish them a delightfully diabolic Halloween, of course, or a blessed Samhain, or an unholy October 31st, or whichever is appropriate to each individual.
Oh, I am Marshall for the
a nice shalom to our friends who are Druish, of course. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, Raven.
I was saying I am actually the marshal of the Iron Garden. I'm one of the principals.
I didn't know they had a marshal. Are you a field marshal or a...
Basically, I'm responsible for everybody's safety at all events. On events that I cannot attend, I have to make sure that somebody from my team of Guardians is there that are actually able to keep everybody safe.
I realize that I've only been there on Iron Garden nights, and with some of my vampire friends, I imagine you have to discourage people from putting the bite on the tourists. But other than that, seems like it's peaceful as a tomb most of the time, is it not?
Often is. On the rare occasions, though, because I'm also an employee of QXT's nightclub, we get some, how can I put this politely, less than favorable patrons. They're few and far between, but I on occasion do have to step in. Security staff has to step in. I just kind of float and do whatever needs to be done.
You don't really evict them. You usually eat them, right?
Well, that comes later.
We don't get many trespassers here.
Certainly no repeat offenders.
Clayton George notes that hearses do not in general have flashing lights or alarms. David Wise says that seems like an oversight. It's a good point.
So a hearse is what is actually used by the funeral homes to transport the body, either for service and to the actual burial, whereas the coroner's office actually does use an ambulance, but the red and blue and white lights are reserved for first responders, police, fire, EMS, and then the coroner's office actually uses a purple light. And if they have their lights on, there is a body on board. And no, it does not count as high occupancy, so you can't use a HOV lane.
What?
People have tried.
What are words even? Well, my Halloween was clearly not surreal enough in previous years, is what I'm thinking. By the way, Lady Raven, where are you? I mean, I don't want you to disclose your exact location because of secrecy and anonymity, but that's the weirdest looking apartment I've ever seen. I'm just saying.
Outdoors, actually.
Outdoors.
Yes.
I've heard of that. Doesn't that hurt?
Not if you do it right. But in the
It
event
does if you don't wait till sundown, of course.
if you should do the outdoors thing wrong, then I have to use this. And I will make fun of you for it immensely. And that is my mother. That is Jeff Max and Chelsea Goodman.
Hello,
Excuse
happy
me.
Halloween.
And same to you. Delighted to meet you, Mom.
Emmylou Harris has asked, David Weiss said, didn't Emmylou Harris steal a hearse once to scatter the ashes of that other dude from the Flying Burrito Brothers? There's
I
a
do.
very specific question.
The live stream.
Yes, that is true.
I give up. I'll make my own name for funeral hearses. Well, I would call it the Dead Ringer, but that actually does have an actual meaning. I don't know if anyone is familiar with the concept of a dead ringer.
Of course, it's one of the best Meatloaf albums.
True, but also in the late 17 and early 1800s, there was a very popular illness at the time. I have no idea. I couldn't even tell you what road I'm standing on. I'm sorry. It was called catatonia. Now, a person in a catatonic state, they're alive, but their vitals, meaning their respirations, their pulse, their blood pressure, have decreased so much they're undetectable. And they
Like
appear.
after my third absinthe, for example.
No, usually for me it's my fifth or my sixth, but that's another story. So when they were diagnosed, they had special coffins made that had a bell attached to a long string or chain that fed into the coffin. So that creepy Victorian man that you always saw in the horror movies and in the games, where they're walking around with a shovel and their little lantern and they're just wandering around the cemetery. They're listening for the bell so they could dig you up in time. And it was called a dead ringer.
And in all seriousness, and the person whose job it was to walk about the cemetery with a shovel listening for the bell was the origin of the term graveyard shift.
Correct.
And when you heard the bells, you knew for a fact that you were going to have just a terrible Game of Thrones episode.
Was there any Game of Thrones episode that wasn't terrible? I mean, really?
Yeah, well, when the king child thing got poisoned to death, I laughed pretty hard.
I know. How many? I think we were all cheering over the horrific death of a 13-year-old. It was quite amazing.
Well, there was also the time that the guy got a crown of gold permanently.
Hey, the true dragon is unharmed by fire. If he'd been the true heir, then he would have been fireproof. This just sort of put him out of his misery before he could be flamed by dragons. It was basically just saving the dragons some effort.
Well, then you could just have some crazy lady run up and start screaming out Jacaris and watch a bunch of people catch fire. That was always entertaining.
I mean, I'm pretty sure that that's basically what living in New Jersey is.
Except we may use some more colorful terms than Dracaris.
Clayton Georgia, Oh,
I would
please.
say that there are quite a few of us that if we start screaming Latin phrases at you, you should be running quickly and see a priest so we can watch and laugh hysterically as you think you are protected. Well, my lovelies, I'm going back to a sea of screaming children, and not the fun kind.
Well, Lady Raven, it's been a pleasure and an honor. Folks, you can see Lady Raven's work at one moment while I attempt to get the banner right. Old Time Witch, that's THYME.
And LDE. Everyone forgets me.
Right, I've got it spelled correctly. Old Time Witch. You can see her at many shows and events. You can see her at the Iron Garden, and
You can see me at Evil Expo too. I have a few speaking engagements, and I'll be running around like a chicken with my head cut off. But I do that at every convention I work at anyway.
well, remember, if you ever need your head actually cut off, just ask a friend.
Well, that's what I got you two for. You get one side, she'll get the other.
Always reach for Hamilton Beach.
Good to know.
Blessed sound, Lady Raven.
Bunch of us.
School. Is
Goodness.
Raven still with us, or was that the end of her segment?
I believe she has left, though the fact that we have the Victor Sierra frame suggests to me that we are just about to have Victor Sierra with us.
Quoth the Raven nevermore?
Oh, for heaven's sake. Once upon a midnight dreary, as I pondered weak and weary over many a quaint and curious volume of culinary lore, as I pondered, nearly napping, suddenly there came a rapping, tapping, tapping, as if someone gently rapping at my chamber door. Why am I reciting this when everyone knows this poem? I don't know. I really quite like that poem. I used to fall asleep to that poem all the time. That and actually Poe's The Bells. There's actually quite a lot of poetry that I really enjoy that's appropriate for Halloween. I'm just not entirely sure how much an audience wants to hear me declaim poetry, mine or other people's. I have apparently been using the incorrect Victor Sierra frame. One moment, I'm going to shut my big mouth while I put the proper frame into place. I'll be right back. Smoke bomb. I'm still secretly here.
Pay no attention to the little man behind the curtain.
I'm mid-sized.
And actually in front of the curtain, but hiding behind your desk. But why argue?
You know, sometimes I just, oh, wait a second. Well, that's good. That will be really helpful in just a moment. I'm trying to pretend that I am really good at StreamYard and that I'm very suave. Is it working? I feel like that's a no.
Is anybody really good at StreamYard?
Does anybody really know what time it is? Does anybody really care? Oh, look, the viewing audience can't tell, but Victor Sierra appears to be prepping in the background. Now, Victor Sierra is France's leading steampunk band, and their leading steam goth band, in fact, as well. I'm always fascinated by their work and always happy to have them with us. And I'm always slightly too slow. Wait a second. Oh, I'm always slightly too slow getting them active on the stream. But I'm looking forward to it. So for those of you who don't know, we are about to have a live performance by the members of Victor Sierra who are able to make it, as Paris is currently under siege by zombies and or under curfew. I don't remember which one of those two. But if you like,
always the case in Paris?
What's that?
Isn't that the usual circumstance in Paris?
Well, as we say around these parts, remember we will always have Paris in that little jar, thanks to our shrink ray. Oh, I am just quietly. Oh, I mean, I've I've got another banner, but that seems a little bit self-indulgent.
I was about to point out the oldtimewitch.com banner so people know where to get the products produced by the lovely Raven, but it disappeared.
I just lost that banner. Well, I'd best tell another Halloween joke. I don't think I know any, though. How many ghosts does it take to screw in a light bulb?
I give up, F. How many ghosts does it take to screw in a light bulb?
3. The hard part is getting them in there.
Ah! Jolly good. I have a question for you, Jeff. How many Vietnam War veterans does it take to screw in a light bulb?
I don't know how many.
You don't know because you weren't there!
Definitely not a joke that I could tell. David Wise
Very
said.
good. It's just that you
No, Chelsea, please.
might decide that it wasn't wise, but you certainly could.
I could tell it briefly. David Wise says, my dad says he wants to be buried with his Makita cordless power tools so he can put up sheds in the afterlife. Oh, and MistCon, which I feel might secretly be New Bren as well, said, what's a ghost's favorite dessert? Ice cream.
Ah, jolly good.
Where does a ghost go on vacation? Malibu.
These are positively dreadful. I do hope there are more of them.
The pain is excruciating. I hope it continues.
Exactly.
One last. How can you tell? Well, Cardia, I know it's you. I just wasn't sure if you were here anonymously. Yes, but it is being suggested that Bren of New Bren is on the stream, but everyone knows that Bren of New Bren is always busy tinkering with some new game or idea, and so it's very difficult to get his actual attention. So we can say anything about him. For those of you who don't know, Bren is a game designer and our web designer and also a giant antelope. And because Bren is never actually paying attention to the actual stream, I can say that and anything else I want about him. But Cardia asks, how can you tell when a vampire has been in a bakery? All the jelly has been sucked out of the jelly donuts. No, I understand. Both Chelsea and I are like, yeah, that's what happens. That is indeed what happens.
Really? I was about to file a defamation complaint on behalf of the undead community.
Are you suggesting that vampires don't suck the jelly out of donuts?
Of course not. Our fangs would succumb to gingivitis if we did that.
Folks, we might have a special treat for you, for Sirius. It appears that Bren of New Bren is listening to this while working on C, I want to say C+, so that says C hashtag. So apparently my code knowledge is even more out of date than I thought. C hashtag coding in the other window. Apparently, Bren is making an awesome horror game to share with us all. And so I'm excited for that. I am sincerely excited for that. In fact, I have been attempting to get that horror game to open for a while, but this is apparently the new and full version. Apparently, New Bren also wants to make peace. Chelsea, for you, Chelsea, what do you get when you cross a vampire and a snowman? Frostbite. David Wise notes, quote, why do ghosts always hang around graveyards and stuff? If I was a ghost, I'd hang around young women's bedrooms a lot. David Weiss, I feel like you're mistaking ghosts for Edward Cullen again. I do that all the time. Clayton George says, quite right too, Chelsea. The undead do have their standards after all. They also insist on neck washes.
Very true.
Now, for those of you who are looking, in the top right corner, we've got an image of Victor Sierra, who again will be coming on shortly. I might just read you another poem if I can think of one that you haven't already heard a million times. I could read you one of my own poems, but aside from the fact that I don't want to be too self-centered, much of my poetry is fairly long, and I expect that people want shorter poems. There once was a man from Nantucket who didn't know what a limerick was. That's all I've got.
A young woman from Boston, Mass. Stood in water up to her ankles. I know it doesn't rhyme now, but wait till the tide comes in.
We're just skirting on the ragged edge of disaster here. So, all right, if anyone is just joining us now, welcome once again to the Evil Expo virtual Halloween gathering. We'd like to thank our guest, Lady Raven of Old Time Witch, who was just by earlier. My name is Jeff Mach. I am joined by...
That's old, spelled OLDE, time spelled THYME.com.
Indeed, old THYME, Old Time Witch. I was just about to introduce, in fact, the lovely Chelsea Goodwin. It occurs to me, while I don't want to do too much reading of my own work, I do actually have a couple of villain punk toasts, and I can read the occasional villain punk toast to people. They're quite short on the grounds that they are toasts. Those of you in the audience, if you are indeed in the audience, please, I encourage you to fill a cup, mug, chalice, glass, vase, casket with your favorite beverage if you haven't already done some. What I've got here is imitation spiced imitation tea. It's one of those fancy teas that pretends that it's lots of flavors, and if I would actually take a look at it, I'm sure I would find that it's nothing but words I can barely pronounce to trick my taste buds into thinking that there's a bunch of cardamom in this tea, but that's what I am drinking at the moment. But let me raise you just a toast or two. First, may the road rise up to meet you, and may you burrow under it and end up in your enemy's treasury. Live long, prosper, and steal the moon. And finally, I've got a bunch of these, but I will save them for when I'm actually drinking. Let us hope our hearts are as full of love as these glasses are full of poison. Villain punk is, of course, an imaginative genre based on the fascinating and enthralling subject of fictional villainy in all of its many forms. It was invented during the second golden age of humankind, approximately 17,000 years ago, and emerged from its underground conspiratorial hiding about a year and a half ago. And so villain punk is an ancient tradition that is a good 17, 18 months old at this point. Chelsea, what are you drinking tonight?
The blood of my enemies, as usual.
Always. How about the blood of my enemies? Oh,
There is a bit of overlap, isn't there?
We got a couple of comments whilst I was declaiming. All right. One more joke from Cardia. What type of plants do well on All Hallows Eve? Bamboo. David Wise says we should try some Emily Dickinson. I could not stop for death, so he stopped at one of the rest stops on the Connecticut Turnpike and was eaten by wolves, is how I think that poem goes. I'd like to welcome the talented Maria Eskenazi. Eskenazi? Maria, I'm afraid you're going to have to pronounce your own name. I don't think I've ever pronounced it out loud. And, of course, Mr. Crisatello has joined us and is drinking rum. Well, now I can see in the background, Victor Sierra is just looking fantastic tonight. I feel like we're in for a real treat. I'm not actually sure. Victor Sierra, if you can hear me, should I add you to the screen? Should I add you to the stream at this point? Is that a thumbs up? That looks like a thumbs up. If it's not a thumbs up, I'm going to feel ridiculous, folks. So, possibly on time, on my...
Yes, we're here.
Yes? Victor Sierra, welcome.
Ready.
Welcome. Forgive me for being a moment late. Chelsea, with your kind permission, I will zoom in on Victor Sierra.
I was about to fade off for a moment. Anyway, I seem to have someone at my door that came over for a bite, and I would hate to disappoint them.
Very well. Let's switch over then.
Hello, world. Hello, Jeff. Hello, Chelsea. Hello, everybody. We're Victor Sierra. Because of the new total lockdown in Paris, Big Machine is unable to be here tonight. He sends you his best wishes. And we're going, as usual, to do our best. Ladies and gentlemen, Victor Sierra. Lost traces rolling like a stone. Visitors from the Twilight Zone. Twilight Zone. Visitors from the Twilight Zone. Strangers rolling and the snow. Visitors from the Twilight Zone. Twilight Zone. It's nice to see you again, guys. The next song is called Dog Passenger.
Trading secret pages of their broken
or whatever your behavior. You know that it doesn't matter. We'll carry it on our center. Oh yeah. Times are hard for everyone, guys. But stay safe, and we'll meet again. Here's blood in the skies.
As we cross the borders of the Commonwealth, silence is getting heavier. The ether stream is turning to black. The wing commander tries to keep a flag undetected. Our mission for your eyes only, and I may know coming back.
As it passed, bound on the known world. Around our own, it all wines on this blood.
Get ready, the stakes are high. We fly over the sleeping lands, there's a bird in the sky. Can you see the future in a place of fear? A bunch of people who don't fall to bring that is keep the game.
Or having changed it alternate history, here and there, but not the same.
Get ready, the stakes are high.
All over the sleeping lands, there's blood in the skies. Get ready, the stakes are high. We'll fly over the sleeping lands, there's blood in the skies.
We'll be ready, I want to touch
To
a
our land, under fire,
like a marching band. Get ready,
stakes are high. We fly over the sleeping lands,
there's blood in the sky.
get
Ready,
the stakes are high. We fly over the sleeping lands, there's blood in the skies. Oh, I'm quite sure I've heard some applause from the ether. Thank you, guys. The next song is called Angels Roll Down the Night. lovers foreign love. Lovers remain in the dark, and meanwhile, all the Lord. The next song could be for the day after. It's called Static on the Radio from our latest album, The Mandarin Pass.
We crash landed like a stone in the streets of Sin City. Relief to be safe and sound in dense clouds of diesel fumes. Abandoning the airship, we made our way to safety under fire. Straining in the boom, twist ghosts and vampires. Each one holds a broken glass, standing still in the moonlight, petrified in the air. Eyes full of the desire and distress. We can catch nothing more than static on the radio. We wanna in the revolution. Southside's in the gloomy night, the air smells of doom and a curse. In the alien language, transmitting shots in the dark. Neanderthal is not dead, he lives in an multiverse close to us. We can we speak about the next song. The next song is in Spanish. And try to imagine a place you don't know. A hot summer night. And time is not flowing in the usual way. So it's el calor, the heat. Perhaps it's time to dance, okay?
Let's sweat. Let's sweat, guys. Let's sweat.
The next song is Chinese Whispers. It's It's from our next album, In Perfect Marriages, and I'm really pleased to sing it for you tonight.
Mostly when the gang is loose and the roots are light. We do our best to those obstacles, deflecting hate and out of control. Sometimes tired of breaking our code. For our loads and unison sea patrol. We fly among gales, Chinese wetlands, make no mistakes. It smells like winter trails, Chinese wetlands, have what it takes. Hovering around abandoned territories, where knowledge dies and batteries appear. Criminals arms from traitors and find a way to get away from this resting. We fly amongst gales, Chinese whispers, make no mistakes. It smells like winter trails, Chinese whispers, and what it takes. We fly among gales, Chinese whispers, make no mistakes. It smells like winter trails, Chinese whispers, and what it takes. Thank you, guys. Another song from our next album due to be released in December 2020, the year that never was. If you want to help us make it, I'm sure you've noticed the link to our crowdfunding below dedicated to our dear friend Jeff Mach. Here's the long run. Thank you, everybody, all over the planet. Thank you, Jeff, for the warm welcome. Thank you, Chelsea. See you soon in real life and stay safe. If you want to help us for our crowdfunding, it's just here below on your screen. Thank you, and see you soon. The last song for tonight. Well, not exactly the last song, but it's called Bridge to Nowhere from our first album, Electric Rain. wire.
On every tuna word.
On every wire. On every wire.
On every tuna word.
On every wire. And especially for you tonight, for the first time on stage, a song from our next album, and it's called The Witness.
4, 3, 2, 1.
By the end of the day,
Thank you. Good night, guys.
Thank you, thank you.
See you soon in real life.
Yes,
Bye-bye.
we would like
We are Victor
so
Sierra.
much.
Goodness, one moment, please. That was my camera flicking in and out. Ah, we have Chelsea rejoining us. One moment, let me just make sure that she is properly in the stream. And I will gently remove, oh, the fine folks of Victor Sierra. We love you all. I don't know if I actually know
That
how to
was
remove.
another wonderful set of music. I love Victor Sierra.
That was spectacular. Bob and Anouk, we thank you so much. That was an incredible set. I would be applauding wildly. Oh, I can't hear you.
It was. Jeff noticed that my camera was off. That's because I turned everything off so I could just enjoy dancing to you guys. You're wonderful.
Are you guys asking for 5 more minutes? Oh, no. I couldn't tell. We love you. You know, I don't have the heart to kick you out of the studio, guys. You're going to have to remove your own camera. I'm going to feel bad. It's StreamYard. It only gives me an option to kick you out. It doesn't give me an option to say gently thank you and say goodnight. Oh, okay.
Before you guys go, though, do we have time to ask them one question?
I have
How are
time.
things in Paris? How are things where you are in France?
Oh, for some reason, I don't think we're getting their audio anymore. I cannot hear their audio at all, and the mic is not muted. Nope, it's not muted. I don't know what that is.
Actually, they are muted.
Well, now they're muted, but
I can't unmute them.
I also can't unmute them. Guys, I'm so sorry. I don't know. Well, goodness. Yes, StreamYard will not unmute that microphone, and I don't know why. No. Can't unmute the guest. The mic is not connected. It looks like, Bob, it looks like your mic is disconnected. C'est dommage. Well, I can pretend to speak French as long as they're not in shot. Well, I think we have, I think Victor Sierra has signed off for the evening. It is, unless they're returning.
Was that blip them coming back?
I believe so. One moment. Oh. Oh, yeah. The mic is not muted on our end. I'm so sorry, Bob. I don't know why the mic is no longer working.
Who's the soldier?
That's Bob from Victor Sierra.
Oh. I'm hearing something. Uh-oh.
It's best if I speak here.
Oh, yes, actually. Well, I can hear that.
Okay. Yeah, because it's yeah. Well, we have all those attacks in Paris, and I won't tell you stories. It's a very difficult time. But as I had posted on Facebook a few days ago, I'm here. It's a no whining zone. We are very lucky to have this place to be able to play music, to compose, to work, to do live stream shows for you guys. And this is important. If you have heard me,
Well, you know, now I'm really reminded of the live concert world where if there's... Oh.
have you heard what I was saying?
No, I don't know. No, I don't know.
I was saying that despite of the very difficult time, the second total lockdown, and all those awful attacks in Paris, in France.
I'm sorry. Hmm?
Can't hear me. Can't hear me.
Really?
Next time,
Huh.
okay?
Well, Bob Adanuk, Victor Sierra, and Big Machine, we hope that you are watching. Thank you all for gracing our stage. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. You can find more about Victor Sierra at victorsierra.net. Check out their crowdfunding in the overlay below. And thank you very much, guys. We're going to bring in the amazing Rubbish the Clown, who is joining us from his secret lair and hideout. There. A bientôt. Bonsoir. And I will now gently, I will move the brilliant and talented Victor Sierra. Thank you again, Victor Sierra. And let us add the one and only Rubbish the Clown. Alert, there's a clown incoming. Ta-da! Voila!
Whoa, you dragged me right into this feed. I wasn't expecting it.
Uh-oh.
Oh, what's going on there, Jeff?
Whoa.
Oh,
I should probably remove the Victor Sierra frame lest we accidentally associate them with this clownish individual.
yeah, I wouldn't do that if I were you. They
Goodness.
seem like very nice people. I'm not. Hello there, Chelsea. How are you?
Just fine. How's it going?
Oh, it's wonderful, wonderful. We're actually stocking up for Evil Expo. We're getting all the stuff ready, out doing some shopping. We can't wait.
You know,
So this will be first Evil Expo,
Number 2.
second Evil Expo. Awesome.
there is secretly an Evil Expo person that we know who might be anonymous, so I can't reveal their name, beneath that clown makeup. Chelsea, I'm not being tantalizing. You have, in fact, met this person in the flesh, but not the... at certain times of the year, he morphs into this, and, is virtually unrecognizable. Much like me, sometime about 30 years ago, I began transforming into a werewolf and never quite got there, so I'm just sort of here.
Yeah, that's pretty much what happens. It's
No,
it's
I'm
a
beginning
very,
to
very
see the
painful.
light. I am beginning to see the light now.
Yeah, it's a very, very painful transformation, but sometimes some medicine helps, and so that eases it a little bit. So in a little while, you're probably going to see Devious the Clown also. Devious is right now inside trying to swindle some more Halloween stuff. We can't give away too much information about where she might be because, we don't want anybody showing up to stop her from swindling.
No, we certainly don't. What kind of Evil Expo stuff have you been picking up?
Well, a lot of the stuff has to do with scaring people because we like to scare. Well, we like to scare at night. During the daytime, see, Jeff wants us to make a place where during the daytime, it's fun, it's an energetic place, and kids will have a good time there. But at night, I'm in charge.
I wouldn't go quite that far.
Well, I think I'm in charge. I'm never really in charge. I'm in charge because the little lady's not here right now.
Well, I wasn't going to say that.
Yeah, no, I know how it works. I'm very well aware. So we're gonna have some spider webs, and we're gonna have some things hanging from the ceiling, and I don't want to give away too much because then you'll know what to look for in that Halloween room. But it looks like it's gonna be a lot of fun.
Is it true that a lot of this stuff is made out of the terrifying material generally found only in comic books known as cardboard?
Some of it is. We also have some stuff that might have at one point been a living, breathing person, and now that they're not living and breathing, they're a prop. I can't confirm or deny, but that may have happened. We try to use people to the best of their ability.
From each according to the remaining bits available on their corpse, assuming they have so willed it to us in a legal fashion.
Absolutely.
According to their needs to have like zombie hands come out of nowhere, just start pulling off screen, stuff like that.
We have all the made-up paperwork available.
Oh,
it's all very legal as long as you don't look into it too well.
You know the
But
rule.
no,
Don't do it unless you're going to use all of it.
Well, that's true. You know, there's no fingerprints left. But no, there's gonna be a lot of fun stuff in that Halloween room. There's gonna be a lot of fun stuff everywhere at Evil Expo. You know, we really can't wait for it. Today, the stuff that you see on my face was a complete accident. I didn't try to paint my face. I kind of tripped and fell, and I landed in some makeup here, and so it looked pretty good. So I left it. But hopefully for Evil Expo, hopefully it'll look a little bit better than this. We'll see how that goes.
I just thought you might have hugged Tammy Faye Baker.
I mean, again, can't really confirm or deny a whole lot of things. It is Halloween. I'm really hoping that there might be somebody there that's a little bit better at face painting than I, that might be able to help us out just a little bit. I don't know if you can figure out who I'm talking about. Yesterday was Mischief Night, and there's an ice cream place down here, and they have lots of scoops.
Wait, is there an ice cream place that doesn't have scoops? I mean, I'm getting your reference here. I'm just pondering.
No, I'm just really bad at references. Yeah.
Chelsea, you
dang it! Now I want ice cream.
I'm not going to find ice cream. Chelsea, you've been a professional. You've been a professional professional wrestling villain manager. I think Rubbish would make a great heel.
I believe so. Or a really, really, really interesting hero, but one or the other.
I don't know what most of those words mean, but I'm willing to do it.
Are you familiar with the concept of professional wrestling?
Oh, very much so. I used to watch Jake the Snake Roberts all the time.
I knew him when he was a gym teacher in Queens. I'm not making this up, you know.
Really? How about my favorite wrestler of all times, the Undertaker, along with Paul Bearer.
Paul Bearer, may he rest in peace. Yes.
Peace is now.
That was one of the great manager villains of all time. Paul Bearer was just wonderful.
I'd agree. Yeah, I could never be like Paul Bearer because, Paul Bearer was really good at walking around and keeping silent, and I'm, not.
I was thinking of your character, of your persona as a professional wrestling character.
Well, one of the people that I tried to stylize myself from, I've always kind of been, I've liked Insane Clown Posse for a long time. And they were into professional wrestling and until they got the snot kicked out of them and decided probably they should stick to music.
Well, that happens.
It does. And it was good while it lasted. I'd probably be one of those people that's really good at actually, Jeff and I were talking a little bit and it's kind of on the same lines. He was going to teach me to fall. He was going to teach me to take a professional fall. I'm not sure how regular people teach, but Jeff, I don't think kicking me in the stomach time after time was teaching me much at all, though.
Oh, that was teaching everyone around you. That were teaching everyone around you that it's really funny.
Oh, well, see, now it all makes sense. Oh, you know what? The bloody vomit for 4 days was very worth it.
And, you know, we all have to pay a high price for art.
We do. We do. I need some
The
candy.
bloody vomit thing works best when the head spins all the way around at the same time. Did you ever get that one?
Not yet, not yet. But Jeff and I were talking about a massage, so maybe he could spin my head around a few times. Maybe it'll come off. He could see if there's any screws loose up there. I'm pretty sure there are.
You know, as William Shakespeare said, you spin me right round, baby, right round, like a record, baby, right round, right round.
You know, that man was such a great scientist. Oh,
You know, he was one of the greats, you know, Shakespeare, Tesla, Baron von Doom. I don't know where the modern world would be without them.
back in the Stone Age.
I'm going to let you two wrestlers talk for a moment while I quietly remove the Victor Sierra banner so that people do not think that Victor Sierra is Rubbish the Clown and vice versa.
Yeah, I can't even spell Victor or Sierra. I do know they're a wonderful group, man. I really enjoyed watching them.
That they are.
Yeah. So, why don't you tell me a little bit more about what you did in wrestling? I'm kind of interested to get the crap kicked out of me on stage.
Well, I was very, very small time, and that was long ago in another country under another name, as it were.
Okay.
The other country was a place called New Jersey, of course, but
Well,
as for the rest.
we definitely are. Our New Jersey definitely is its own country. It's a strange kind of place.
A good place to
may
start.
not.
A good place to start,
sorry,
in
go
all
ahead.
seriousness. The place to start, of course, before anywhere else, and is you'd think it would be wrestling in high school, and that is a good skill set to have. I did some of that, but what you really, the starting place that you might have already, you know, done some and have some skills is, do you remember tumbling?
Yep. I did a
Remember
lot of that when I was in school. I wasn't very popular, so the other kids helped me tumble quite a bit.
Ha! Very good. You know what I mean, though.
I do. Yeah. I guess knowing how to fall, which brings back Jeff again, knowing how to fall and not get hurt. That's probably an important thing.
Right. And then there are some other things you. I'm sorry. Are you all right?
Yeah.
There are some other things that you simply learn. Rusty, would you come on the camera, please, for a minute?
Ooh.
For example.
I can't do your
Okay.
point.
Are you okay?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Are we all right? Here, sit on my lap. Sit on my lap for a second. And then there's just some other little things that one learns. Like Rusty and I took some acting classes. Say hi, Rusty.
Hi.
You know,
Hi, Rusty. How are you?
Notice
Oh,
Rusty
I'm
can talk
fine.
while I'm drinking
And I
coffee.
enjoyed your act today.
Thank you.
Yeah, it was very nice.
I mean, one of the first things you learn, for example, is the hair pull. Let me demonstrate with Rusty. So,
No. Oh.
and
All right.
you,
Yeah.
I'm sure you saw what was actually going on as opposed to the illusion, right?
I think so. Unfortunately, I'm on my little phone here. Well, I guess little's probably not a word that I should use a lot, but
There's a
I'm
trick
on
to
my
it.
phone here.
There's a
So it's
trick,
hard for me.
of course. I wasn't really pulling my wife's hair, of course.
Wait a second. You're not supposed to really do it?
No, it's an optical illusion.
So I've been doing it wrong this whole time? Ow. Stop
Yeah,
it. Ow.
yeah, Jeff.
Stop it.
Yeah, Jeff, you were doing it wrong the whole time, and now I don't have any more.
There goes my head.
And pulling your hair would be rather a challenge.
Yeah. Well, down here is how I get led around sometimes.
Ah, I see.
I am officially not allowed to set this on fire anymore.
No. There's probably somebody in the medical field that would say, don't do that anymore.
However, no one said that I couldn't stick firecrackers in my beard like Blackbeard used to. So
Speaking of which, my imagination, was that beard black the last time I saw you?
this one?
Yes.
Yeah, the younger I feel, the more this turns into sort of a Gandalf-y white, which I'm okay with. You know, like Gandalf, apparently the younger that I look, sorry, the older that I look, the younger I feel. I don't know why this is, but I'm going with it.
Well, you know what they say, Jeff. You're only as young as the person you feel.
Hmm. Oh, and
I
feel
didn't
like-
even hear that on the advice of Jeff's attorney.
Well, you see, the problem is I feel a little bit older than my age because my little woman over there is a couple of years older than me, but it's amazing. She looks 25 years younger.
Maybe she's a vampire?
She's definitely a vampire. She does like to bite.
You're very
I will
lucky.
be right back. You guys keep going. I'll be back in 1 second.
All right.
Well, I mean, I'm 61 and my wife is just turned 79 a couple of days ago. So
I wouldn't put you a day over 40.
Now, for the record, and I'm going to have a little trouble getting these to show up properly on camera, but this is a, yeah, definitely can't show up very well on camera, but if I was able to get this to show up, this is a 6-foot pole, and this here next to it is a 4-foot pole. You can't
Those look
see,
familiar.
together, these add up to a 10-foot pole, and that is what I'm not going to touch this commentary with.
Point taken, sir.
I mean, I had this whole discussion with Edward Cullen. It's like, dude, you are 150 years old. She is 15. You do not belong in her room. I don't care if you sparkle. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
I think the greatest tragedy of our age is that Edward Cullen is immune to sunlight.
Man, but I cannot believe it's Halloween already.
Halloween?
Well, I was told that it's Halloween. However, I've been trying to trick or treat all day, and none of these stores want to give me anything. Every time I try to walk out, they tell me I've got to pay for the things that I've had. So, it's not working.
Some people just don't understand the Halloween spirit, and I don't get it.
Huh? You're not kidding.
Sure it has.
I didn't just spill ice all over my keyboard.
Well, it's still frozen, so it's probably okay. If
I don't know why I need a long.
I might know somebody that could fix that if it breaks. And by fix, I mean light it on fire and step on it like in that movie Office Space. A couple
You mean
baseball
the keyboard or
bats.
the ice cube? Because setting the ice cube on fire would definitely be more impressive. Well, actually, fixing the keyboard would be pretty impressive too.
What if the ice cube were made of gasoline?
Well,
and freezing were absolute zero.
I feel like it would violate my lease, but also it would probably be quite a lot of fun.
Yeah, I think they'd see the humor in it. I mean, but that's just me. If I were a landlord, well, I probably wouldn't have a building anymore because of things like that.
Rubbish, I think I'm going to throw a bunch of jokes around with Chelsea.
Yeah.
I don't know how busy you are tonight. We might call you back later.
Okay. I literally have nothing in my life going on.
Why would we cut away from Rubbish now? You want to do jokes? He's a clown.
Well, it's true.
I'm not a funny clown though. I'm a clowny clown. Like I just do dumb shit and people laugh at me, not with me.
I was just going to say that while I wasn't going to tell people, this is effectively, to my knowledge, Rubbish's maiden voyage, and I was simply.
I'm okay with. I could probably go inside and figure out what's going on in that store and why we don't have more Halloween things yet. So
I mean,
we have to get ready.
I was going to say that Rubbish was so good that.
You don't want to waste me all in one shot.
That's actually true, though. But also, I am curious about what's coming out of the store because I did secretly tell people that we were acquiring Halloween things. We have our secret inside agent at the secret store. but people I think are interested in knowing what Halloween things we've collected.
Well, we'll get to that also. We're working on some legal issues trying to copyright the term Halloween so that it's ours. But so far, it's not turning out too well. And Jeff, I've spent all the money on trying to copyright a word that we can't copyright. So sorry about that.
Oh, no, that's okay. I've seen people make weirder business decisions lately.
All right.
No.
Well, I'm gonna go. I'm not gonna go steal candy from people. I'm definitely not gonna do that, and I'm definitely not gonna have some shots of tequila. So none of those things are gonna happen. But
in that case, don't drink. In that case, don't drink one to Sid Haig for me, okay?
Exactly. So I'm gonna go do like important other things that have nothing to do with either of those two things.
You don't have to stick by your phone, Rubbish, but if you are by your phone, we might call you back again later.
All right.
Wow. Well, folks, I'd like to send a thank you out to Rubbish the Clown for his, I think, first streaming appearance. You can find Rubbish not on Facebook, not on Twitter, not on Instagram, not with a website of their own. And just for the hell of it, you can also find Rubbish not on MySpace, in case you're checking there. So it's everything.
I might have been the picture of that Tom guy on MySpace, but I can't confirm that.
I'm just reading the commentary on your appearance.
Oh no, there's comments. Wait, other people can see me besides you two? This is not going to turn out well for anybody.
I didn't mention that. Oh, David Wise is mentioning that they did a lot of break falls in judo. It's not hard. It just takes practice. See, it just takes falling down a lot. And he also says, I like his style. I'm pretty sure petrol wouldn't freeze at 0 degrees. Clayton George says, I must say, Rubbish reminds me of Captain Spaulding quite a lot. And that's true. That's where I was thinking about.
That's why we were not drinking tequila to Sid Haig, you see.
Right.
Oh.
Well, tequila makes my makeup fall off, so I have to watch how much I have.
I mean, obviously, there were some people for whom that was not just a movie, it was a life-changing spiritual experience.
I'm sure. Yep.
Oh.
I'm not smart enough to know what you're talking about, so I'm just going to nod my head like an intelligent person and say,
Rubbish, we do sincerely love you.
I wouldn't do that if I were you. It's never turned out well for anybody else.
Help! I need somebody to take me to a doctor.
Well, this cast just got strange. Rubbish, well, thank you for coming by in a pinch, and we might just call you up later.
Please do.
I mean, it could happen. I mean,
Yep. Hopefully, I'll have something more meaningful to say next time.
No. Folks in the audience, I'm sorry.
How many copies of Hell's Rejects have you worn out?
Again, you see, I'm not a very smart man. I know all the letters of the alphabet. I think I know all the numbers, and that's pretty much where this clown stops.
You know all the numbers of the alphabet?
All 32 of them.
Oh, so you went to Hebrew school as well then, did you?
Everyone knows the alphabet is hexadecimal.
Well, see, now you're speaking my language.
You had him at hex.
I can count from 1 to F.
So
yeah, no,
I'm gonna kick you just temporarily, but if you're
do your thing, and I'll be around, and maybe we'll meet up later on. We'll see how it goes.
Have fun and don't leave prints.
All right.
Oh, oof. Let me see if I can remember how to do this via StreamYard. It's just a kick. You can always unkick. Oof, wow. Um, Chelsea, I had no idea I was expecting a different creature altogether. I've never seen Rubbers the Clown full-fledged like that.
Well, it's Halloween. I believe he might have been channeling the spirit of Sid Haig in places, don't you?
I do think that.
How many copies of Hell's Rejects have you worn out?
VHS? All of them. All of them. I was kind of hoping to show another of Movie Mike's films, and then in a bit, perhaps, some pieces by the 1855. Of course, that's all assuming that I can get this to work correctly, which I'm not necessarily going to assume off the top of my head. But I'm going to give it a shot. So, if it's all right with you, this is going to be, if possible, Frisking a Stiff, that's not a euphemism, by the amazing Movie Mike. And we'll transition smoothly right over there in slightly more time than it ought to take because I have trouble with this part. I'm hoping you know some more jokes though, Chelsea. So first, is that showing up properly?
If I'm supposed to be seeing the 1855, yes.
Yes, you are indeed at this moment supposed to be seeing the 1855, and now, with any luck, it will transition smoothly.
Hi, Movie Mike here. I'm in Florida, so I'm wearing my tropical whites today. And this is the story about Frisking Corpse. Pop is the one who told me if you should ever come upon a corpse, no matter how well dressed he may be, resist the temptation to go through his pockets, or you'll get involved. Interesting advice, doubtless the result of something he observed growing up on the Lower East Side before World War I. I suppose somebody had frisked a corpse, and a cop came around the corner and caught him in the act, and the guy went to the chair on a bum rap. Must be. This single sentence, delivered with a shaking index finger, implied a world of desperate immigrant poverty. I promised Pop that I would never frisk a stiff. Curiously, the only time in my life that I ever had to frisk a stiff, it was Pop. A month after he turned 90, Pop took a nap after lunch, and he never woke up. Mom called, my brother and I came running, and by the time we arrived, a young cop from the 6-2 was sitting in the kitchen with Mom, waiting for the coroner's guy to come and certify, and the mortician to come and carry Pop's sorry ass out the door. So the cop says to me, why don't you go through his pockets now, before the mortician comes? I said, do they steal? He said, everybody loves to steal, you know that. I said, but he's in his pajamas and bathrobe. Pop says, trust me, do what I say. So I went back into the bedroom, composed myself, and I got Pop's big initial ring, the one he used for knocking on doors. Then I went through the pockets of his bathrobe, and I came up with a wad of 20s. It counted out to $700. Pop just liked a big wad in his pocket. It gave him a feeling of power. The cop watched me count it out and smiled. Told you so, he said. There are 8 million stories in the naked city. Luigi said so.
I'm going to say that Movie Mike is simply inimitable.
Definitely. You realize, of course, that story was absolutely every word of it simply our little anecdote from his life, and it actually happened just that way.
I believe that. I absolutely believe that. Whew.
Movie Mike is an actual Lower East Side character and had been for many, many years.
What's I don't actually know that much about how Mike got into movies. I've read his bios, but I only know him for a little while. I've only known him for a little while.
He had and until his retirement, he had a perfectly legitimate job in advertising. But he's also always had this, as we all do, but he has this lifelong love of classic films. And he, like myself, was, of course, also a fan, and in his case, actually a friend of people like the late, great John Zachary and Svengoolie and some of the other, all-time great television horror movie hosts. And he's also a walking film historian, in all seriousness. It's like I would back Mike in a bet with any of the people that work at TCM in a trivia contest.
I wouldn't take that bet. I would not take that bet.
Which is no disrespect to them. It's just that they know film that because they studied it in college. He knows film because he was there for first television run, if not first run of so many films.
I never thought in my life that all the things I watched when I was a child would come back and be helpful or useful in adulthood.
Well, oddly enough, none of the things that teachers and school librarians and my parents encouraged me to read or to watch or to pay attention to has served me in any way for the practical business of actually earning a living. I did that with all of the cheap horror movies and comic books and sleazy science fiction novels and so forth that I wasted my time on.
Huh.
That's literally true.
No, I believe that. Huh. Well, I'm going to pause for station identification. I don't know what that actually means, though. For those of you just joining us, we are Evil Expo's virtual Halloween, and we are going to keep Halloweening until either we get exhausted or the sugar rush wears off. And since I haven't had any sugar yet today, and I don't think Chelsea...
Or it's 9 p.m., whichever comes first.
Or it's 9 p.m., whichever comes first. So,
and I'm Chelsea Goodwin, and this is Not in Goth We Trust, and you are not listening to WIOX Roxbury. However, if you, for some unfathomable reason, like the sort of thing that I do with talented people like Jeff, you are invited on Wednesday and Thursday nights at 10 p.m. to go on your fiendish electronic thingy to wioxradio.org. Or if you have the misfortune of being within radio range of Roxbury, New York, and if you are within close radio range to Roxbury, New York, let me say, I'm sorry. I am so sorry.
I was trying
if you are in that unfortunate position, then you can hear In Goth We Trust at 91.3 FM. But for those who have not committed crimes and sins in their lives that were so unforgivable that they were sent to Roxbury, New York, you can listen on wioxradio.org.
I've just put that out to the listening and or watching audience. And
it's just not fair. One station wagon full of nuns, and next thing I know, I'm in Roxbury, New York. I don't know.
I'm going to check in with the 1855. I might leave you to monologue for just a moment, Chelsea.
So apparently, Jeff is taking us back to 1855, which I believe was the time of the Great Stink, if memory serves, at least if one were in London. For some reason, I've been reading a lot about this fellow named Bazalgette, Joseph Bazalgette. In about 1853, all of this is in Dickens' novel Bleak House, by the way. It finally came to the attention of the British public in a brutal heat wave where for a month and a half, the temperature, even at night, did not drop before 90, and there was a thick pea soup fog that was so outrageous it even seemed extraordinary to the Brits. You needed a torch to walk around in what should have been at noontime for that whole time. And it became obvious that their sewage system was woefully inadequate. By woefully inadequate, I mean that for the years 1853 through about 1855, hip-length rubber boots were the height of British fashion among all of the classes because the sewage system was literally inadequate. And this fellow named Isambard Kingdom Brunel, who had 10 years earlier built the Thames Tunnel, connecting the parts of London on opposite sides of the Thames River, which were often inaccessible because they did have bridges, but the bridges were open for, I mean, literally, drawbridges so that the ships could get through. And the traffic on the river was such that you could almost never get across until. But so Brunel suggested that they hire Bazalgette, and Bazalgette created the modern London sewage system that's still in use. So all I was suggesting was that going back to 1855, you might want to avoid anything downwind of London. That's the only suggestion I was making. It's not really a punchline. It's more of a anecdote, as it were. It's that dry British type of humor.
Well, no, of course, when I think about Isambard Kingdom Brunel, I think about the men that will not be blamed for nothing. But a song that is attributed for some reason to Sting, and I'm not going to, I might just check to see if the internet really attributes this. I don't know. It claims that this is by Sting, but there are two songs about Mr. Brunel, one being Isambard Brunel, by the way, will not be blamed for nothing. The other being, the internet says, by Sting, The Ballad of the Great Eastern. And I will just read a pair of couplets. 3 couplets? Anyway, the math. As day to day the monster grew, the engineer Brunel would watch the devil's handiwork, and woe betide a man who shirks, or slows the pace to build the keel, 19,000 tons of steel. Anyone with eyes to see is but a bride of hell, and the name upon the draftman's chart, Isambard Kingdom Brunel. Oh, that got dark quickly. Yeah, I thought that I'd seen this song in a video on the internet, but
Is there a Sting song that doesn't get dark very quickly? Every step you take, every move you make, every heart you break, every smile you fake, I'll be watching you. There's nothing dark about that at all now, is there?
and it would be okay on any other day. Yeah, you're right. I guess Sting is a peculiar fellow. Of course, this was strange to me.
Peculiar. I seriously doubt that is his real name, don't you?
Well, that's mighty suspicious.
I mean, really, what kind of name is Sting?
That sounds like an alternate name for the Beatles from Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band. Just, you know, I actually found something weird about Sting, and this is, I think, a little Halloween appropriate, although I'm going to steer back towards Halloween. Do you know that in addition to, obviously, what we all know Sting for, which is those 3 minutes that he's in the movie Time Bandits, he also had a singing career? It's true. He was a musician. You know, this was something similar to that David Bowie fellow who actually wasn't just the epitome of vampires starring in the first 4.5 minutes of The Hunger. But in point of fact, Mr. Bowie actually made quite a lot of music as well. Oh. Clayton George says, I've heard of Joseph Bazalgette, but I barely remember it. Are we discussing the sewer tunnels beneath London? We appear to be. Clayton George also says, I've learned much from Michael Slade's horror novel Ghoul. While I'm on the subject of celebrities, before things go too far, earlier on we gave a fairly serious RIP to the great Sean Connery, who, if you have not heard, unfortunately passed into the other world today. Of course, in addition to being an iconic actor and an iconic villain and an iconic hero, Mr. Connery is arguably the man behind the greatest act of villainy of the 20th century. In that, in addition to playing so many iconic film villains, Mr. Connery was directly responsible for the commercial success of the movie Highlander, leading directly to the existence of Highlander 2 and Highlander 3. And I can't imagine anything worse happening in this universe.
There can be only one.
Yes, so what happened with the other two, I can't possibly imagine. I'm going to make the brave attempt, folks, to bring us one more video. 2 more videos? I'm going to try the 1855 song that we attempted at the beginning of this broadcast, that I attempted. I don't want to give Chelsea any discredit in my failure at getting that song right. But I'm going to attempt to get it going again. So if this succeeds, this is a song by the 1855, and if this fails, I blame myself. Oh, Clayton George, good night. Clayton's off to watch Dr. J. Thaddeus Steele wed his lady love. Mad scientists must stick together. Congratulations to Dr. Thaddeus Steele, and welcome, Jacob Cleary. Endless nightmares are fairly frightening for Halloween. Let's see if we can get this.
By all means, wish Dr. Steele and his bride a hearty from both of us.
Agreed. I almost said amen. Well, let's see if I can get this to go. I'm going to switch over to the other screen. One moment. We'll temporarily be visited by the presence of Mr. Movie Mike. So I'm going to put him on camera. One of these days, I will figure out StreamYard for real. This is my theory, and I'm sticking to it.
VVVOOLT 1. Halt. 1. Halt. 1. The SI unit of electromotive force. The difference of potential that would carry 1 ampere of current against 1 ohm resistance. These cables carry in the order of 13,000 volts of electricity. Volt. 1. Halt. 1.
And that was the 1855. One moment while I return to a regularly scheduled. Oh, just me for now. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Welcome back to Virtual Halloween with Evil Expo, Chelsea.
Why, thank you. I just had to step out for a bite. You know how it is.
Happens to me all the darn time, in fact. So, folks, I believe we're going into...
Find O negative, you know that?
What's that?
So hard to find O negative.
You know, I refuse to say anything which could reveal my source of blood. Chelsea, if I remember correctly, we are going till 9 tonight?
That was my understanding, correct? That gives us another hour and 10 minutes to stretch. I entertain these nice people.
So first, anyone in the audience, what are you guys doing for Halloween? Are you going out? Are you staying inside and partying? Are you, tearing out someone's heart and eating it? What are you up to for Halloween, everyone?
If you are an ordinary person, perfectly sane, rational, normal, everyday person, I don't understand why the hell you'd be watching this broadcast. But if you are, and if you ever wanted to ask anything of a goth person or had any questions about goth culture or why we look this way or all things goth, since I probably am not going to resume my bat shape and fly after you this evening, now would be a good time to do a brief little segment of Ask a Goth. By all means, type in your questions, or you can use me as a sort of Dark Dear Abby and pose your problems to me, and I will answer as best I might.
Well, I will now see if
might not be good advice. After all, look at me, but ask a goth by all means. Simply use the chat feature, and I'll respond to as many of these as Jeff here deems proper. Is that okay, Master?
When did I become the arbiter of propriety?
Well, you are the Dark Lord, after all. I'm a simple minion.
Technically, I'm just a Dark Lord. It's that there are actually a couple of different Dark Lords out there. In fact, if you're on Twitter, you can find us using the hashtag Dark Lord Council. Of course, you can always find me using the hashtag Villain Punk. And were I not here
Is
to
anyone else using Villain Punk? Has it caught on?
caught on? Why, it's thousands of years old. Of course it's caught on. You mean, have people figured out some of the conspiracy and begun to take Villain Punk for themselves? Why, yes, they have. And we in the Villain Punk conspiracy hate that. We just hate it when you describe any sort of brilliant fictional villainy as Villain Punk. Can't stand it, especially if you use that hashtag. I have a lifelong hatred of hashtags from long before hashtags had any purpose whatsoever. I mean, I don't even like those signs that say we're number one. When I was at ball games as a child, when I would see things that said Yankees are number one, I always wanted to cross out the hashtag and spell it out with handwriting, which would have been a bad idea. My handwriting was terrible. But yes, you can find us in all those ways.
I've always been a Red Sox fan myself, so I have my own feelings about those Yankees are number one signs.
I think
quite often I think that the Yankees are actually number two, if you catch my drift.
I don't catch your drift, and that's perfectly all right.
I was going to comment that there was oddly enough, I was on one of my pages today in a discussion of all things science fiction. And there was just this discussion about how after cyberpunk and then steampunk, it almost seems to be the fashion to just add the word punk to everything.
Reality is what you
punk, Bob and Ray Punk, I could go on.
I'm more than fine with Bob and Ray Punk.
I think I'd rather like that myself, but Ray Punk is an actual thing, of course.
I feel like that was actually part of.
Might not have been a thing until tonight, but it jolly well should be. I'm sure you agree.
I do agree. I feel like K.W. Jeter's original steampunk letter was exactly complaining about this. Well, or saying something about it.
I would like to see personally, and this is in my response to Mr. Jeter's assertion that steampunk is Victorian science fiction, and that is, I would like to see an epic rap battle between K.W. Jeter and either of the Vandermeers, either one, or between Mr. Jeter and Kim Newman, or even a tag team match between both of the Vandermeers and Mr. Gibson and Mr. Sterling, because to actually say that Mr. Jeter invented steampunk or even was the first to coin the term is rather like Mr. Gore saying that he invented the internet or Mr. Bush claiming to have invented pants. It's maybe, but then again, who knows?
I feel like Mr. Jeter didn't actually, wasn't necessarily happy inventing the term steampunk. I feel like K.W. Jeter has quite a lot of underappreciated books like Dr. Adder, which might fall under steampunk or might fall under some other related category, sort of get lost when people say, well, gosh, if they know something about him, they know that he invented steampunk, and of course he's done quite a lot more. That being said, this is probably, now that I'm thinking about it, a good conversation for a radio show if I'm invited back at some point. I should probably keep to Halloween themes much though as the evening wears on.
No, actually, I feel like going all. God, I have no idea who I'm channeling right now, but we lost so many great drag queen performers, many of whom were close friends of mine during the AIDS crisis in the late 80s and early 90s, that I'm not sure which one of them I'm channeling. Obviously, it must have been one of the ones who smoked, but I actually am feeling all bitchy, and for no fault of his own, I'm actually quite fond of the man. I feel like taking it out on Mr. Jeter.
Oh.
I don't know why. It's just like, I mean, yes, I agree that Mr. Jeter wrote some perfectly admirable novels and novellas and short stories that have nothing to do with steampunk. And I understand he resents that because of steampunk, no one pays any attention to those. But Arthur Conan Doyle thought that the White Company was his major opus and that everyone would want to read his Sir Walter Scott ripoff, homage, historical fiction, and he wished they would lay off of Sherlock Holmes and pay attention to what he regarded as important work. Perhaps you see where I'm going with this.
I totally see where you're going with this.
It's not that Mr. Jeter's other work wasn't perfectly competent and perfectly good and quite enjoyable. It's just you can't be in at the initial spark of creation of an entire genre every time you sit down in front of a keyboard and start writing.
Wait a minute. I resent that remark. I resent that remark.
Of course.
You know, I think it's hard to say. I mean, I'd be interested in seeing what Mr. Jeter feels these days. I don't feel like he's traveling to a lot of conventions, or I don't feel like he was even before the current circumstances. But
wouldn't you enjoy some of those epic rap battles I had suggested, though?
I mean, I would. Unfortunately, much as I like the folks behind epic rap battles, I feel like most of those authors are probably not very good rappers, but
I mean, the thing about I'd like to crack jokes, but I mean, if I were to be serious about steampunk for a minute, if I may, Victorian science fiction, so-called, was never called science fiction. Mr. Wells called it science fantasy rather than science fiction, and Monsieur Verne called it something French that I can't pronounce. But until the 1930s, it went from being science fantasy to being science fiction, and didn't become science fiction until the mid-1930s. And Victorian science fiction always was steampunk. It was always mixed with occult and horror elements. I mean, Mr. Verne himself had the one where the hero goes across Africa in a mechanical clockwork elephant. That's like the essence of steampunk, but Verne wrote that in the 1870s. It was always there. It's not something anybody can claim to have invented. We just rediscovered it, is all.
I'm biased in that I have always despised the definition as Victorian science fiction, and I know who used that term, and I feel silly pointing it out without naming that person because I don't want to actually shame that person, or more to the point, that person's publicist. To my knowledge, K.W. Jeter has never said that steampunk was Victorian science fiction. That was um, that was honestly the publicist of an entirely different author, not as a person who is, let's say, not K.W. Jeter. Different person, but their publicist was tireless once she found out she couldn't actually stop steampunk and rename it. She couldn't rename steampunk's chrononauts. When she found this out and realized that she had lost that particular battle, she took a number of interesting moves to rebrand steampunk to be as close to the person she was representing as she could.
Since we're not actually using names, I am acquainted with that chrononut.
Oh.
And
Yeah.
I hope that did, and if the person does happen to be listening, I rather do hope that sounded like a challenge. Really, I do.
Well, that would be a bit of a battle royale. No, I don't at all think that steampunk is Victorian science fiction.
Oh, and if the person wishes to rebut me, I will give them plenty of airtime on In Goth We Trust to do so. I'm not greedy that way. I'm perfectly willing to take that on.
Well, you
Consider
hear
that in one of my dainty feminine steampunk gauntlets thrown, if you would.
Yikes. Oh, we have a question from the audience.
Yes.
Dear Chelsea, between Team Jacob and Team Edward, would you rather have Team Edward or Team Edward?
Actually, I read all of the Twilight novels more than once. I run a bookstore, so, copies come in. I always, guilty pleasure, but I do read them. I was once at the beautiful Blackthorn Resort on what was supposed to be a work weekend, but the people I was waiting for didn't turn up, so I ended up on their cable TV seeing all of the Twilight films in order, like a marathon. And I am known to smoke a bit, but I thought they were perfectly enjoyable movies that were visually fun to watch, and they, it was at some period before, what do you call the computer generated CGI was perfected, but it was developing and there's some interesting effects, but I'm not going to, and I find most of the jokes, which I make myself, but I feel guilty because I think a lot of the objection to sparkling vampires really is a implied phobia towards what might be perceived as femininity or something objectionable about a man who sparkles, and I think that's problematic in the extreme. Yes, I don't feel qualified to speak for young people younger than myself. I speak the language with an accent, but I hope I did that correctly, and I even concede that's a valid point. All of that having been said, though, so far as the Twilight universe is concerned, I'm on either Team Van Helsing or Team Buffy, you see. And then Buffy staked Edward. The end. That's how the series should have concluded, I think.
I think we've got some wonderful. I think we've got some wonderful diehard folks with us.
We had a question that you said. We never got to the poor person's question, did we? Or was that the question?
That was the question.
Ah,
Apparently, it was submitted by some
actually, I'm on
small.
Team Edward because I think that Jacob is badly in need of a flea bath, but that's just my theory.
If we're going to do a few more bits of culture before we hypothetically turn over to the Dark Shadows convention, which, by the way, I can't actually find online.
Did you open the email I sent you with the link?
What? Everyone, just ignore
It would
my.
be in the header. It would be forwarded to me, so it would either have my email there, but it should also have Collinsport Historical Society in the header.
Oh, well, I will grab that.
Historical Society, of course, are the people that run the Dark Shadows.
For those who don't know, at 9 o'clock we are going to switch over to the Dark Shadows online broadcast with the original cast members of Dark Shadows who are planning an hour-long broadcast live on Halloween.
Including the inimitable Laura Parker, who turned 92 just a week or so ago. Excuse me, 82. I don't want to make her older than she is. 82. Laura Parker turned 82. Her birthday was a week or two ago. I marked it at the time. She still is recognizable as Angelique. And I definitely had a crush on her when the Dark Shadows was in its first run, but I speak for so many millions of people when I say that it really doesn't matter one bit either way. It's just that Angelique was exquisite, wasn't she? So beautiful, so evil.
You know, I believe I met the talented Ms. Parker before I had ever seen a single episode of Dark Shadows. So, Ms. Parker at, I don't know, 86, 87 was in fact my first exposure to the person and the character. But she was an extraordinary human being, or, you know, whatever sort of creature of the undead she might be. I wouldn't necessarily want to presume. All right, folks. I am officially checking out the YouTube of the Quarantine Theater Company, and I officially can't find it at this particular moment, but I will look for it frantically later on in the hopes that it will show up. YouTube's been doing this fascinating thing wherein they just hide the previews for videos that are about to be live. I assume in YouTube's endless desire to become ever less useful to human beings. But that being said, we've got a bit of Halloween left. So,
I would hope so.
well, true. We've got Halloween all year long, but we've got a bit of this broadcast left. I was going to read a couple more recipes.
This is also, if I remember correctly, a Halloween with a full moon.
You know, that's entirely possible. Of course,
So, of course, our werewolf friends should be aware this really is your night to howl.
You know, I kind of actually felt as the sun was going down as if essentially my entire body was just covered in dense fur. And I realized that's exactly the same sensation I've had since I was 7 years old. So it became less exciting at that moment, or at least less novel. But I can't help it. Werewolf for life. So, Halloween audience, I'm kind of sincere about this. I'm going to probably, oh, good heavens. Clayton George has returned. The live feed from Dr. Steele's hand fasting apparently took less time than expected, and apparently it was evil, so anyone carrying on the villain punk lineage of Dr. Steele is someone
So
who
do we understand that the couple is already happily welded?
So it seems. So congratulations to them.
Congratulations, Dr. and Mrs. Steele. I hope that you will find happiness and that rust will never besmirch your married, welded life.
I was going to make a joke involving the term rusty, but I would hate for your wife to come and throttle me through the camera. That would be Halloween appropriate, but probably slightly murdery.
That's all right. As I'm sure you're aware, my lovely wife Rusty had her 79th birthday last week. So, of course, she's safely tied to the radiator at the moment, so everything should be just fine.
Well, of course. Where else?
I carry a knife all the time. I can't tell it. And I have vice scripts that will.
You want to get on camera? You can.
No, I don't want to get into it too much.
So I would like to say that tonight is a wonderful night to have a curse.
Oddly enough, I have one right here. If you can read this, it actually says that this cylinder contains one actual wizard curse. I received this from the Dark Lord himself.
Goodness.
I haven't dared to open it yet, of course, or to
No,
hand it to anyone yet. I haven't found any. Well, it's been 50. It's been a good 40 years since I've seen my ex, so I haven't had a use for it yet. But
I feel like that's one of the curses of the modern age, which is to say, so many people to curse, so little time.
I find that it's become less and less necessary to destroy people all the time. They seem to be doing a better job than I could all by themselves. The most dangerous thing we can do is leave humans to their own devices. They'll never disappoint you.
It is very difficult to doom the human species faster than the human species is capable of dooming itself, and even more so, individual humans. Speaking as a Lovecraftian cultist, I think that I speak for basically the entire last several generations when I say that it used to be sort of lonely work attempting to bring the great old ones out from forbidden dimensions to devour everyone in existence, and now it seems like everyone's trying to help.
Well, if peculiar thing I've noticed, I can't speak for other countries, but in the United States, and this is the closest thing to a political thing I'm going to say, but it seems that the great old ones, the ancient ones, the ones who obviously have no concern about the human race whatsoever and are interested in nothing but their own self-continuation and their own self-interest while they go about their mysterious, cosmic, horrific business, tend to be the people. And this isn't limited to one political party that seem to get elected to high office in the United States for some reason. I'm not sure why, but we seem to have these great old ones. I would suggest that when the average age of your legislators is somewhere in the 80s, perhaps you should think about if this is really the best way we should be running things. And I say that as someone who is 61 and can feel the senility setting in already. I'm sure it's not going to get better when I'm in my 80s.
Clayton George says, humans tend to believe they're doing the right and proper thing when they bring doom upon themselves. Unless they're getting it very wrong, I just get coffee and popcorn and watch the show. So I'm thinking about the sorts of spooky things that I'm going to be doing later on tonight before I fall asleep. And I think most of them involve falling asleep.
Really? Before dawn?
Look, I don't even hang out with Dawn anymore. What time she goes to bed is entirely her own business. I will say that as far as I know, there are currently 46 Reese's chocolate pumpkin cups in this apartment, and I plan not to eat all of them by morning, but they might be gone one way or another. It's just a thing that could happen.
You're in Hackensack. I'm sure that if anybody that's watching this broadcast knows where you live, they won't be there long.
I mean, I know where I live, and they won't be here long.
I suggest you barricade your bunker.
No, I'm not trapped in this bunker with everyone who wants to eat all of my candy. Everyone who wants to eat all of my candy is trapped in this bunker with me. That's how I look at it. I had a couple of toasts left, but I'm almost out of tea. And looking at it, much of the stuff that I've written as a villain point toast seems to be a little more optimistic than where we currently are. But I did write one of these toasts for you, Chelsea. And again, these are individual toasts. And they would work better if I had a large glass of something that looked like whiskey, whereas I think this is a large mug of something that looks like if someone put good whiskey in this mug, I would feel bad. I don't think it would taste right, but we can pretend it's whiskey. I speak this toast not to wish anyone's passing, just as a note for that eventuality in hopefully the far future. May you arrive in hell about 3 days after you've actually died, which will give the devil a chance to freshen the guest suite, lay in a stock of good scotch, and to alert all of your friends, including that one poor sod who ended up in heaven by accident. As a side note, I don't know which of your friends that's going to be. Probably not me. In retrospect, I think I might have stolen the idea of that from Drive-By Truckers. But as long as no one else knows that and that thought is secretly contained in my inner monologue and I don't say it out loud, no one will know.
It's rather like the pessimism thing. I mean, if it were anyone else, I would drink to confusion to your enemies, but having met your enemies, I know how redundant that would be.
I would ask you not to drink to confusion to my enemies, because I think that such a mental state would be a vast improvement for their general overall comprehension of the world around them, and I wouldn't wish them greater clarity.
So you were talking about not wanting to be pessimistic. I have discovered that Lily Tomlin famously said, I find no matter how cynical I become, it's never enough to catch up. To keep up. I would say the same thing, only my version would be no matter how pessimistic I become, it's somehow never enough to keep up at this point. I mean, what more can 2020 throw at us? Just when we thought nothing else could possibly go wrong, we find out that Alex Trebek's mother sleeps alone.
It could be worse. We could be in that timeline that has murder hornets. That's just surreal.
And until 2020, I probably would have sworn that I saw murder hornets at CBGB's in '78, but I was pretty stoned that night. I mean,
Murder Hornets probably is the name
but
of
it does sound like one of the bands I would have seen at CBGB's in that era. I think they opened for Crib Death.
You know, why can't bands have real names like they used to, like Duran Duran and Aha and Oingo Boingo? You know, real names that made sense. I don't get it. Evil Expo is in fact enchanted as of today. In fact, this is so new it's not on the website, to have signed the Suicide Puppets. And they're not just another pretty name; they're also a spectacular band. But you know, wouldn't we take bands like that more seriously if their names were something more 80s style, like Tenga Tenga or something? Just a thought.
And then there was that period in the '70s when you had to have a one-word name. The less sense it made, the better. You know, bands like Oklahoma or
America. Bread. How about Bread? I'm not making that up, folks. That's definitely the name of an actual band.
I actually liked Bread. I even admit that.
I'm not disrespecting Bread.
You may remember that Bread did the theme song to the late 1970s television version of the Hardy Boys.
I may, but I definitely don't.
Remember they did the Hardy, no, you might not remember, but in the late 70s, they did the Hardy Boys Nancy Drew Mysteries. And one week it would be a Hardy Boy story, the next week a Nancy Drew story. And when they did their big crossover for what I believe turned out to be the series finale, the Hardy Boys and Nancy Drew got together and met Dracula, which is where I got interested in all this. And I'm not making this up, you know. It was, I mentioned it was the late 70s.
You know, I was very, very young at that time, but when they started playing reruns, I was really just more interested in true crime, you know? I mean, maybe that's just the villain in me, maybe that's just the monster in me. But I was always really interested in the actual blood, the guts, the death, the mayhem. And that's why I really stuck to realistic shows. Scooby-Doo, third season, Scrappy-Doo and Friends, you know, just the realistic stuff, the stuff that really depicted it as it was, you know?
I thought you were going to go with actual true crime. If I want true crime, I watch C-SPAN.
I was going to mention that I actually have started collecting slightly less known villain punk songs, less known to many people. Well, actually, there is a Disney song in there, but interestingly enough, and this is a longer discussion, it's actually fairly hard when searching, for example, YouTube, to find villain songs that aren't Disney songs.
Why even say hi?
Rusty, hello.
Hi.
The lovely and talented Rusty.
Yes, well, it's been a great experience to be able to sit and watch this program.
My own octogenarian mutant ninja turtle.
So, thanks for coming, everybody.
You're very welcome. You know, I've just been sitting here enjoying the roaring fire and wishing I had a fireplace.
You were talking about Scooby-Doo.
I think I was getting to villain songs, and I think that was
villain song. That's right. First was Scooby-Doo, and then it was villain songs.
Well, in addition to the band Groovy Ghoulies that is not the band that did the songs from the Groovy Ghoulies, I am fairly sure that almost no one remembers the Groovy Ghoulies on the grounds that either they weren't alive at the time, they were too old to watch kids' cartoons, or they were watching them in a mental state wherein they wouldn't remember much of anything.
All of the Groovy Ghoulies cartoon episodes are up on YouTube. You can watch them for free, and I would encourage everybody to do that before they get taken down.
I
If
would
you're a
prefer-
responsible adult, watch them with your kids. Children should be exposed to the great Hanna-Barbera cartoons of the late 60s and early 70s. If you are an irresponsible adult like me, get the kids out of the house, light up a bong, and watch them. But either way, watch them you should.
I don't know what a bong is, but otherwise I approve this message. I so in the fledgling villain punk song list, and I will be inviting people to suggest songs. Probably the most mainstream song I have there is Dig Up Her Bones by the Misfits. And of course, it was very challenging to try to find something because the entire Misfits oeuvre is basically cheating, at least the Danzig era Misfits. I could have used really any song, but I quite like Dig Up Her Bones. My favorite song by the Misfits probably continues to be 20 Eyes in My Head, but I feel like that's not as villainous a song, and I always sort of had trouble figuring out why the singer was so tortured by having 20 eyes in his head. I've also collected the Elvira song Two Big Pumpkins, which has made me fascinated by it's one cannot deny Elvira's immortal talent nor the immortal terribleness of that particular song. I mean, I realize that it's a song that she sang probably because it was terrible, but the sort of terribleness, the transcendent terribleness of that particular song, multiplied by the greatness of Elvira, just makes it one of the most addictively horrible songs in the entire history of earworms. There's also you can also pick up a bunch of songs about Batman villains from Jim Steinman's original Batman rock opera, which I feel was performed in a number of places, but I can't find any footage of it. I am a huge Jim Steinman fan, but I'm still assuming that people simply scrubbed all the footage so that no one would ever remember having seen that show.
Is that soundtrack available somewhere? As I want that.
You can definitely find much of it on YouTube. You can find the songs, but the songs were all attached to what I suspect are copyrighted images from Batman movies. Also on the Jim Steinman note, there's the theme song from The Shadow, Original Sin, which, despite the fact that hypothetically we're introducing The Shadow, who, hero, villain, yes. It's, I think it's one of the core villain punk songs, as far as I'm concerned.
Much as I dislike saying anything nice about any of the Baldwins, it was actually a much better film than it was ever given credit for.
You know, it was a surprisingly great film.
It captured the spirit, pun intended, of the original radio series, and you can't ask for more than that, or at least you shouldn't.
Who indeed knows what evil lurks in the hearts of men?
I also just remembered that you are in New Jersey.
I am.
Which means that depending on which way the referendum goes, by next week you may very well know what a bong is.
You know me. I get high on villainy. The pure, natural joys of turning into an unspeakable creature when the moon rises, going to bed to blot out the hateful light of the sun. Stealing from the orphanages. Wait, those are the Jedi. I get us confused sometimes. The simple things that really count in life. As a side note, not to go on about all the things that are occupying my mind in the field of villainy, because I don't want to talk over the brilliant and talented Chelsea. But I am trying to write up a semi-canonical, because the people who are writing up just ridiculously canonical lists are probably better at it than I am, but a semi-canonical list of differences between the Jedi and the Sith in terms of their known powers and abilities, which are, as far as I can tell, that Sith powers might turn you physically wrinkled, although they don't necessarily impair you physically in ways that show in the movies. And
Why is it at any given time there can be, what are there, 20, 25 Jedi at any one time? They had the Academy and all that. And there's only two Sith, and yet those two Sith are at least evenly matched and sometimes stronger than a whole bloody flock of Jedi. Are we being conditioned to believe that the dark side is actually stronger? Is that what's being implied?
No, we're not being conditioned.
Mythology, right? Don't I? There can be any number of Jedi, but only two Sith at any one time.
Well, the dark side is stronger, and the dark side is clearly right.
What I want to know is, was his name Toph Markin? Was it the Peter Cushing character? The Peter Cushing character, Moff Tarkin.
Yes.
I want to know. There's only two Sith, and that's Vader and the Emperor, the evil Emperor. So what's Moff Tarkin's deal? Vader scared to death of him, if you remember the first movie.
I do.
And what did it say about Peter Cushing that even being dead couldn't stop him from making one more film?
Do you mind, viewing audience? I hope you don't mind, but let me ask Chelsea. Do you mind if I rant very briefly about the logical extension of the Sith?
No, by all means.
I wouldn't want to try to shout over Drew Carpathian's Rule of Two or any of his Darth Bane books. I will say, though, that just as a quick, simple thought, the Sith are basically more logical in the Star Wars universe. If you're in the Star Wars universe, a universe where the Force exists, and you can harness it, and you can hypothetically harness really large, potentially almost unlimited or maybe unlimited amounts, you actually can, as we see in Force powers, predict the future, affect things on the other side of the galaxy, bring things into being, destroy them. It doesn't necessarily make you exactly what we think of as an omnipotent god, but you wouldn't need to be. It's that if you can harness that much power, you can in fact live for, hypothetically, an incredibly long time, possibly forever, anticipate just about any problem, and rule the universe better than, in that world, in the world where the Force exists and works in that way, rule the world better than basically any other form of government. You might not choose to rule it that well, but it's just a more logical way of doing things. Ordinarily, you don't want to encapsulate all the power into one ruler. That ruler, even if they're good, will die. That ruler can't know everything. That ruler can't do everything. But according to the Sith, the pathway of trying to grow in the dark side of the Force is becoming more powerful in the Force, and the other Sith is necessary just as sort of something to keep you in check. You're supposed to create a nemesis out of the other Sith, because if you're not good enough, the other Sith will kill you. So you perpetually are breeding yourself up, building, creating, moving up in the dark side of the Force towards a point where, hypothetically, again, in that universe structure, not necessarily in this universe, you would in fact be at least one reasonable conception of an ideal ruler, which makes more sense than any system of ruling that the Jedi have ever tried, which is part of why the Jedi have arguably never actually succeeded in bringing an overall positive to the galaxy, where the Sith, who we see basically in the films and the books, generally fighting the Jedi and therefore not necessarily focusing just on ruling, but go around ruling the galaxy in a way that makes thousands of star systems very happy without doing not necessarily ruling any worse than the Jedi, possibly ruling better, but with a more coherent system. There's no actual point, I think, to anything in the philosophy of the light side of the Force as put out in the books and movies. That, don't get me wrong, even though I root for the villain, I am happy with what happens in the 3 Star Wars movies, and I'm glad they never made any more than 3 Star Wars movies, and I think that the books and the comics are more than sufficient, and I think that if they'd ever made more than those 3 films, they probably would have gone horribly awry.
Well, I certainly believe that Halloween is the appropriate time to honor our Sith and sin, but it depends on the Sith, doesn't it? If you're talking, for example, about my favorite character in the Star Wars universe, Count Dooku, obviously I speak for every woman and bi or gay, anything else of my generation. I would have followed Christopher Lee anywhere. But that having been said, it's actual canon, by the way, in the Star Wars mythos, that Jar Jar Binks a Sith Lord was. In all seriousness, if you actually follow the story and get past how annoying this character is, you find that it was Jar Jar Binks who called for the vote of no confidence that put the evil emperor into power, that elevated him to chancellor. And that was deliberate. So Lucas himself says, because the implication was that Jar Jar Binks was a Sith, and that's why he called for the vote of no confidence and raised Palpatine to power. It didn't. He may tried to make it look. He was doing the Columbo thing. He was playing this annoying idiot. But if you look at your science fiction history, he's like the mule from Asimov's Foundation, the evil clown, right?
The unpredictable factor.
Yes. But that makes perfect sense, and it's canon. Jar Jar Binks was a Sith.
I'm attempting to write a note about this. Sadly, I don't write very quickly in terms of handwriting.
But while I follow Christopher Lee anywhere, would anybody follow Jar Jar?
I mean, I'm going to just say...
And think of Christopher Lee, the actor, who, truth thing, Christopher Lee had more sword fights to his credit than any other film actor in history. And yet his most memorable sword fight of all time is probably his desperate lightsaber battle with Yoda. Literally the world's greatest film fencer and a Muppet. And if you remember, Frank Oz voiced Yoda, and he actually does the Miss Piggy style hi-ya at one point.
To be fair, I wouldn't want to take on Frank Oz. You know, I would want to take on someone who was both Gandalf and Magneto. I wouldn't want to take on someone who was both Yoda and Big Bird. We have a couple of quick notes before we.
Sandra Bloomberg asking about whether they don't show the Addams Family on TV anymore because Gomez smokes a cigar.
Yeah, that's a good question.
I honestly don't know the answer to that. I want to say I doubt that, but things are so bloody crazy these days. It's so crazy it might be true. I mean, I loved you remember how Gomez used to take a lit cigar, take a cigar out of his pocket, put it in his mouth, and it was already lit?
Yeah.
Or Morticia saying, "Mind if I smoke," and simply exuding smoke through every pore. What I've always wanted to know was what was in that hookah they were smoking.
Well, if I ever meet them, I will ask them to share.
That might happen. I had the pleasure of meeting John Aston. He was hands down the best interview I ever did on In Goth We Trust.
I would imagine. So. Ingrid is mentioning that she'll be on in an hour, but we will be heading off in an hour. Whether or not I can actually find the televised, YouTubeized, the streaming version of the Dark Shadows convention, we will be going offline at 9 to let people watch the Dark Shadows convention because, well, actually, Chelsea, you've made the point better than I could. This is sort of a rare opportunity. I mean, I hope it's not a rare opportunity, but you've been saying quite eloquently that we don't know how many more reunion shows there will be, especially with this lineup. I think that's worth people seeing.
Exactly. These are, as I said, Laura Parker just turned 82. The rest of the surviving members of the cast are in their 80s, and we don't know how long we'll have them with us.
For those of you who are not familiar with Dark Shadows or only know it from the relatively recent Tim Burton movie, Dark Shadows was an extremely optimistic soap opera with a multi-decade lineage, which posited the possibility that a number of horrors and evils might be enacted because the person involved was a complex being who needed to live on blood, and not necessarily because the world itself is doomed. Obviously, we realize that that kind of optimism is just foolish in the modern age, but that's okay. As villain punks, we can always take over another planet. But still,
I was never sure if is Barnabas a villain, or as I would posit he was, or was he a really dark and interesting anti-hero? It's hard to tell.
Why not both?
I would argue that Anne Lee was not a villain. I thought she was a sympathetic character.
Well,
I mean, sure, she cursed. I mean, she curses Barnabas by turning him into a vampire. You get eternal youth and eternal life and scary vampire superpowers. So naturally, you consider this a curse and you're seeking a cure. Why?
I mean, I have never understood why vampirism would be a curse in that way. I suppose I've sort of skipped the classic age of vampirism. I think that whatever one might feel about White Wolf and its eventual progeny and antecedents, White Wolf really did a better job than anyone else, I would say, of because White Wolf was creating, say, for example, very powerful or potentially very, very powerful vampires that could be played by player characters by ordinary human beings. their vampires were arguably much bigger than you would find in most other places, because those vampires would eventually be contending with an endless array of whatever might happen in a role-playing game. And White Wolf tried brilliantly. I mean, I'm not trying to criticize White Wolf, but they tried to make the life of these incredibly powerful beings very tragic. And don't get me wrong, especially for its day and time, I think that Vampire the Masquerade was a fascinating game of tremendous role-playing depth, which really changed the face of gaming, but also really made a lot of us question, what in the world is so bad about that? It's not unlike Call of Cthulhu, which unfortunately I have in the other room, where as your character becomes more powerful, unlike older role-playing games where your character eventually just becomes something like a demigod, you will inevitably lose more sanity that you can't get back and eventually go mad and basically lose the player character. That doesn't seem like a bad price to pay for cosmic knowledge. I don't know. I will say as a note that I don't think that I'm the only person who is looking through the Quarantine Theater Company's website, YouTube page, trying to find where the Dark Shadows convention is, because I've been watching it.
Actually, you find it on the Quarantine Theater Company YouTube channel.
Yes, I've found their YouTube channel. Their YouTube channel, in fact, has gone up by something like 20 or 30 people in the last hour. I presume everyone is looking for the convention, and I'm definitely not finding it. So worst case scenario, folks, we'll just tell you about it at 9.
I'm also, if you can check your email, I'm about to forward to you what should contain a hot link that you click where it says you can watch by clicking here, with the word here being the hot link, and see if that works for you. And then we'll figure out how to share that with our honored guests.
Sadly,
so I'm sending that now to your email address.
For those just joining, it's another dark night in Collingswood, Massachusetts / New Jersey, whichever.
It was in Maine.
Right! I knew it was in some place that didn't exist.
It's jeffmacevents.com or an org, by the way.
.com.
That's what I thought. Okay, so you should have that. Okay, boom. I just hit send. It's spinning. There it is. So you should have an email containing that hot button push where it is now. That should be in your email. And if it's not, something went wrong and you'll have to tell me that. I apologize for all these technical glitches. Oh, the Anno Dracula series, Clayton, is absolutely wonderful. I've read all 4 of them. The last one, I'm trying to remember the name of it, was probably my favorite, because that's the one where we meet a vampire Lieutenant Columbo.
What? Do we really?
Yes, we really do meet a vampire Lieutenant Columbo. Remember, in Vampire Cha-Cha-Cha, we met a vampire James Bond.
I don't remember that in the slightest, no.
The Bloody Red Baron, of course, the Red Baron's a vampire.
The Bloody Red Baron, a Snoopy villain. Wait a minute. What?
There is a Beagle reference.
Goodness. I'm just going through some of our comments.
Yes, under the period in the 70s when General Hospital was starting to do science fiction and horror and fantasy elements, was a sort of golden age of bad soap operas. It was really, all my children had some wonderful Gothic ghost stories in that time period too. It was, the 70s were an interesting time.
I have to take everyone's word on that.
If you actually remember that part of the 1970s, you probably weren't there.
You know, the first of this particular incarnation of me was born in 1975, but I definitely can't take, I can't suggest that I remember anything from those first 5 years. I think I held the general political position at that time that one should vote for cowboys if possible, a position I later recanted, but which was logical based on the information that I knew, which was that one political candidate was a cowboy and the other wasn't a cowboy, so you might as well vote for the cowboy unless the other political candidate has something else going for them, such as being a bank robber or a secret agent or something. But that's about as far as it got. So, as the evening draws to a dark and sinister close, not yet, of course, with the strange disappearance of the Dark Shadows convention that we were planning on directing you towards.
I was gonna say, has anything good come out of that YouTube yet?
No, to be honest, and this is a strange Halloween mystery. Not only is the Quarantine Theater Company not only does the Quarantine Theater Company not appear to have anything about a Dark Shadows convention, but all of its videos, as far as I can tell, appear to be people recreating various movies and television with people who are not the original actors, with people who are, clearly not the original actors. And it looks quite creative and quite interesting.
I'm going to the email now, and I'm about to. You'll still be able to hear me, but you won't see me while I do that. And I'm going to click on the link and see if anything good happens, and if not, I'm going to feel embarrassed.
Don't feel embarrassed.
Are you still hearing my voice? Okay.
I'm definitely hearing
You
your
are still
voice.
hearing.
And
okay, so
to be clear, I don't think the fault is on us here. I'm not sure what happened, but that link does not seem to work. So it's a spooky Halloween mystery. Ooh, where has the Dark Shadows convention gone? Who has stolen it? What has YouTube done with it? I honestly have no idea what the answer to any of those questions are. I'm now looking up something called the Quarantine Theater Company, which also doesn't appear to be it. So,
the Quarantine Theater Company is what it says it should be.
Yes. We've fallen into the wrong universe again, Chelsea.
And it says 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Right here in clear English.
Yep.
Saturday, October 31st at 9 p.m. ET would be Eastern Time, correct?
It would be.
Actually, it doesn't say daylight or standard, it just says ET, but I assume they meant Eastern Time, not ET go home. I've just clicked on the link. And I'm watching things spin around for some reason. Hopefully, when they're done spinning around, I got the Quarantine Theater Company now. I even subscribed while I was at it just to be nice. Okay, there's something here. It says channels in the plural, which I'm clicking on now. The channel doesn't feature any other channels. Okay. Home. I'm not finding much of anything useful. But it was announced.
It was announced. I don't think either of us is wacky on this. I think it was indeed announced.
Keep going down. It's still going down.
Very strange.
I'm trying to find some dramatic music, and I was trying to find the song "Temptation." You know, you came, I was alone, but all I'm finding is the VeggieTales version. I was attempting to put on some dramatic music to close out, but I can't.
I could find absolutely nothing useful on that YouTube channel.
See, it's a mystery.
Well, let's do this. They did say they were starting at 9, and I have 8:57.
No, I agree.
So we may as well take the 3 minutes. And if nothing good happens, we then decide whether we want to continue doing what we've been doing or whether we want to send people away, or perhaps
I don't want to send
it more.
But I'm going to say that at 9 o'clock we will have reached sort of a natural point because honestly, I turn into a full-blown werewolf, which is something I would ordinarily want people to see, but I feel like YouTube might object to the process, and I don't want them to censor this video. And sometimes my body works on a different time scale, so I might turn into a werewolf around, I don't know, 9:05 p.m. And again, while that would be fun for people to watch, until we have our own platform which is relatively free of censorship, I probably shouldn't let it get attached to this video, lest this video get removed from YouTube and all our work.
They don't shoot at you with silver bullets anymore because of a case that PETA brought up some years ago, you know.
Well, I mean,
I believe the werewolf has actually been designated a protected species under the Wildlife Management Act or something like that.
You know, it's the thing about being a werewolf, or indeed being anything unusual these days. So many platforms are afraid of not even political consequences, but simply the general consequences of letting people know too much. You know, there used to be a time when you could just go around reading the Necronomicon straight into YouTube, and all that would happen is it would alter the warp and woof of all reality, and everything would be permanently destroyed. But nowadays, you get demonetized for that sort of thing.
You read the same email I did. Was I interpreting that information correctly, that there was an indication that at 9 o'clock there would be a Dark Shadows convention panel?
No, there's definitely supposed to be a 9 o'clock panel. I'm going to assume that the world is ending.
And I've just gone back to the site, and I am seeing actually something is different.
Also, I'm not very good at doing suspenseful music, people. Well, the number of people who are subscribed to the channel is going up increasingly. That's catching my eye because my eye will... Oh, wait a minute. Wait.
We seem to be getting something.
It looks like we'll be able to send people that link after all. Folks, I apologize if this sound comes into the broadcast, but I'm trying to verify that this is a real thing. Rather than screen share it, I'm going to just link it, but it does look like, by some peculiar magic, the Dark Shadows Convention has in fact appeared. I'm going to give everyone the link.
And here it is. Yay! It does indeed seem to be a happening thing.
And again, I considered doing a screen share, but given the sound quality, which I'll probably troubleshoot with Rubbish the Clown at some point, since Rubbish is mysteriously talented at those things. So I'm going to link that here. Oh, by the way, Clayton George wants to mention, oh goodness, I'll just show that for a moment, but in case we got anyone underage watching, I'm going to post that link again, and then I myself am probably going to go watch the Dark Shadows convention. Chelsea, do you want to help take us out for the evening so that I can let everyone go see this show?
Yes. If you are seeing my face and hearing my voice now, I recommend that you either wait until Jeff gets that link up, or did you do that already, Jeff?
It is now up.
In that case, I would suggest everybody quickly scurry to the Dark Shadows reunion panel. I am anxious to do that myself. Those of you who are pagan or otherwise of one of the many belief systems that celebrate Samhain, or Samhain, as supernatural fans call it, or the Day of the Dead, or any of the holidays the associating with this being that special time of the year to have communication with the fortunate dead. I wish you all a blessed Samhain, and I am going to scurry over to see the Dark Shadows panel myself. So happy Halloween, everybody, and may I add,
Good night, everyone. Happy Halloween. Thank you for joining us. Look up Chelsea's In Goth We Trust with Rusty on WIOX Radio. There's a link in the description. Well, there's a link in the comments. I'll put it in the description tomorrow after I've had some sleep. I'm off to go engage in unspeakable villainies. I am Jeff Mack. Find both Chelsea and myself and many others at evilexpo.com. Happy Halloween to everyone and to all. A good night.
a good fright.